Hello, boss. How are you? Thank you, fine.
Hello guys, can you hear me? Sound check. Hello guys, can you hear me? Got sound check. Double sound. Sorry about that. Okay, now it should be good. Hello and yes, alright, great. So welcome guys to today's stream. Wednesday instead of Thursday. Yeah, we got Christmas around the corner, so I had to do the stream today instead of tomorrow, the usual time. So how is everyone doing today? Buff Pulsars. Yeah, we're looking over them. We have some data that indeed the Pulsar is quite behind, especially compared to the Pole Axe. So we're looking into some tweaks there as well in the upcoming patches. So we have a few things today that we want to cover other than the usual Q&A that we will be running. And can we do events closer to the middle of the world in the future, please? And thank you. Yeah, sure. We can look into doing various things in various locations. I tried to simply put something together where we can meet up in game while we discuss things and yeah, just do some fun stuff. But yeah, we are always open to hear. Another one. Quiniki, thank you for subscription. And I saw another subscription before I started. Thank you for that as well. Enough horse fall damage. Yeah, so the main issue with the horse damage there, we understand, is a little bit ridiculous and frustration when it looks like you're falling a small height and you know, kill your horse or get a lot of horse damage. Essex are vain. Thank you for the subscription. The problem we have with that, the horse fall damage, is that whenever your character on the mount is starting to slide, there is no real calculation to count for the sliding. It's like you're in free state falling. So even though you're sliding, and then when you stop sliding, that's when it gives you the damage. So obviously that makes it a little off. And it's also quite difficult to see in first person that you're indeed in a very high, it's a high fall. Look at this guy. A high fall. And it can be quite difficult to get a feel or a sense for that, how tall it was when you're falling down. So yeah, we're looking to do some tweaks to make it more non as frustrated as it can be currently. We close are the workbenches in houses. We're getting closer and closer. We're building on that system now and gonna start some heavy testing on it. So it is the house furniture decoration system pretty much. There's quite a few things that gets included in that system. It's 3 quite big important systems. So one is obviously where you can place furniture and workbenches, light sources, storages, anything like that in the house. It also gives the AI eyes inside the houses. You may have noticed today that the pets can't move into houses. And that is because they don't have eyes in there. They're missing the system used for the placement system, actually. Agony Clutch, thank you for buying one of our merchandises. And we have some commercial here for their guild. Join Integrity. Will fully feel your wildest dreams and smooches. Thank you all. The Immortal team, happy for this. All right, thank you so much. So yeah, with the furniture system obviously comes a lot of good stuff. You can use pets. If you open the doors, you can have pets following and all that. And yes, you will get the benches. You can pretty much build your own house with different tools and such. So that's that. Strange, I didn't get a notification on sacrifice subscription for 9 months. Do cats count as furniture?
Oh my god.
Now it came. It was quite delayed. Thank you so much for the subscription. 9 months. Holy shit, time is flying. Cats, if they count as furniture, I'm not sure. So you will be able to bring a cat at least inside the house, and over time we will get more and more furniture. Like one of them is trophies. I don't know if you want to have a cat as a trophy on the walls, but you can expect to see quite a lot growing in upcoming patches as well. Is the sneak peek today going to be a furniture demo? No, I actually wanted to show you one of our upcoming quite cool creatures that is also tied in the lore. You may suspect a little bit what creature. It's a big impact in the world, and that is pretty much what ended a lot of the life on Knave during the Immortal 1 ending era. We want to show a little sneak peek of that. And I also want to show you, so as you know, we have been talking about the Grandmaster Smith, right? Where the difference from Master 70 to Grandmaster 100 is that you can also use rare components to make visually rare to unique crafts on weapons and armors. And I wanted to show you a little bit of that today, what that will look like. Really cool stuff. So a little bit about that, and then we will also see if we have some people up for some fighting outside of Meduli. So that is the plan for today's stream, at least. So let's see. Yeah. So where do we start? Let me see if I can get my game going here. All right. So yeah, I saw quite quite a few people already in Meduli. So let's see. Let's go out. Let's see if I can get some help from you guys to organize two as even as we can teams before we start. It's always, obviously more fun if we have a little bit more even teams. I know it's quite difficult. People want to play with their guild members, obviously, and depending on who's available and such. Your Discord ping. 1 second, I forgot to fix that. Discord. Okay. Should be muted now. And I just heard it. 1 second. I have to mute everything as usual. Even though I mute it in system, I hear it, which is quite confusing. Let me see.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Another one.
Dumpa found out with the gifts, killing it. Thank you so much. I'm trying to find the, what was it, the streaming. There's a streaming option, right, in Discord, or was I mistaken?
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Not this. Streamer mode. Yeah, where was streamer mode again? In there it is. Okay, let's see. So streamer mode is on. Shouldn't it be? I have to do the manual.
Oh my god, another
mute.
one. Another one.
I'm muting everything. Okay, let's see if we're good. Let me know if you hear any Discord noise. Okay, let's see. Holy cow. Yeah.
Love you, Henrik.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Bloating? Bloating?
Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Daddy.
It really is crowded lately. Quite crowded. Got emerald training going on. Bears, Tagmatons, cats.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Yes, so fight at your own risk when it comes to these events. I'm pretty much just, putting it up for anyone to participate. I do hope that people don't report each other's when being killed in these events. It would be nice if you can avoid that. Agony Clutch, but the bought a beach towel. Grow Mortia, my sword. Shout out to Legion. Love you, boys. Integrity out. Thank you guys for supporting us. And you get your guild spot right there. All right, so this is the next
steel man.
the next task here is to how do we make 2 sides, guys? So I hope if it's possible to get some of the guild leaders, if you can try to form 2 sides.
Mommy, I'm lost.
I'm not sure who's here. So North Order, Partisan,
Howdy, Captain.
Mer Vikings.
Ooh, mommy milkers.
Do we have?
Hey, Henrik, how about this? You go here, Henrik, you go stand right there and tell people go left or right, and that way you make it fast, bro.
Yeah, I'm up for anything. So let's do 2 sides. Okay. Let's see. I will step over here. And let's see if we can get 2 equal amount sized groups, and then we can head out.
Henrik, can you give me the best Christmas present ever and just tell me I'm beautiful?
You're good looking Agmir. Rhaegar.
Guys, you heard it. I'm the best looking out here.
So yeah, this is usually one of the quite difficult to organize so many people in different communications tools. Some are in Discourse and they're private groups and so on. But so yeah, if anyone is up to help me form the other side, it looks like we have most of the people around here. Is there any guild leader out there that wanna try to pull half of the team on the other side? We're showing any furniture stuff later today. So I don't have any plans to show the furniture stuff in this one, but I plan to show you 2 really cool things that is coming in the upcoming patches that I wanted to show after we got this fight going. So yeah, make 2 groups. Let's see. Do we have any leaders here that can? Okay, so over there we got quite a group actually. So North Order over there, looking good. So I guess those are obviously North Order, 1 big guild there, which means they are quite coordinated, I would assume, compared to maybe my group here. You know, one strong component in big battles is obviously quite often team lead, and communication is often, you know, that determines outcome quite a lot. One team starting immediately, 1 team go stronghold. Yeah, so we got 1 group over there, 1 group over there, and 1 spread out group around here. I didn't know about the event. Yeah, we announced it. What was it?
Henrik.
Monday.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, man.
Hell.
Boom. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's run out. So we have 1 good group over there and 1 over here. So I guess it's these 2 groups then. Looks like people are coordinating. All right. Let's see. Yeah, when on the volume control for VoIP coming in. It's on our list. It's actually that list that we had for since throughout the whole beta is shrinking.
Is this going to be a free fall or what?
So this is 2 groups. We're trying to coordinate 2 groups and
I see.
Yeah. So I guess this is one of the group, and the other group is there on that stone.
You want even numbers, of course.
Yeah, as even as it's possible.
What's up, buddy?
Okay, so now we got everyone from that group is actually running here. Are they? So yeah, as I was saying, so that list of importance or annoyance is shrinking rapidly every patch, and there's only a few left on that list. Void control is one of them. The biggest one, as I guess most of you guys knows, is the node line issues that we are working on as well. And we will have that fixed as well before we are ready. Okay, let's see. One team with flags. Right. Let's see. Is that the flag team then, or that rock? I see most flags there. Let's see if we can make it happen, guys. Need to give people direction, or this is going to take all day. Yeah, that is the thing. I asked if some of the leaders here could try to coordinate the two sides. They also have a better...
Boys, I spy with my little eye something beginning with the letter S.
Better view on the different groups and
No,
gears.
not sugar.
To try to make it a little bit even.
No,
right?
it's not semen either. Good call, though. Good guess. Good guess.
I'm hearing Pizza Guy.
No, not soiled pants.
Pizza Guy, is that you?
My name is Clee Torres.
Clee. Sorry, my bad. Clee.
Who the fuck's talking to me right now?
I'm talking to Clee.
Boys, if I wasn't mistaken, this is the setup for a nice bukkake scene.
Yeah, we got.
I know I like milk,
defeat our
but
foes in battle.
Clee.
Good lord, man.
It was Sky, by the way. For anyone that was.
Is there a plan to allow multiple accounts? We do allow multiple accounts, yes. So that is up to anyone. It's the guy whose house we visited. That is correct. The guy that I marked his house with a crack in the floor. Real nice guy. And this is why I suggest no VoIP. I mean, VoIP have a very good, it's a very strong feature in the game. You can communicate very efficiently. There's, endless RP elements. And it's just a very powerful modern tool. And it fits this first-person MMORPG. Obviously, there will be rules to follow. If you don't follow those rules, you may drop your privileges in being able to use VoIP. So obviously, that's something everyone needs to keep in mind when we are going live. There will be rules and tools for the GMs to monitor that as well. Henrik, what is that blue fish in the inventory? That is actually a little blue squirt. Squid. What are the rules? So we're trying to do two...
Do they speak?
Two sides, as even as we possibly can. Head outside of Meduli. And on, I guess, my signal when everyone is somewhat ready. That's when we can start fighting. One side will carry the banners. So that is the identification of what side is, what side you're on. So that's pretty much it. And then it's, the fight will be on. Okay.
Who's sarcastically clapping? Mangy Goose, I see you with your sarcasm.
Okay, guys, shall
Everybody
we...
shame Mangy Goose.
Shall we head out towards the stronghold over there, and then look over our two forces, and let the other force go to one of the other sides there, and then we can start to fight, guys.
Wait, there's actually going to be a fight today? I thought this was all just like a get-together. Wait, we're at...
Please, focus.
What?
Here, focus.
Okay, one sec.
Come on, ladies.
Alright, let's go.
Henrik, you need this. Troll milk.
Ah, nice. You got the troll milk. Okay, let's
Yeah,
head
dude,
out,
enjoy.
guys. So let's see if we can coordinate this. Troll milk. I heard he runs a guild called Milkers, is that correct? They're trying to milk every boss in the game. Okay, so one side over there, I guess it's the banner side. And so the non-banner side Milkis. Let's see if we can... okay, so I guess it's good if we move away a little bit from Medulla as well. Where do we go? The non-banner side, it's running thin, I see. Not too many here. Majority is over there, I guess. I want to find a good spot where we can gather that side. So we need more without banners for sure if this is the group, because it looks like it was a very big group over there with the banners. We're going to need that second continent soon. Yeah, it looks like this continent will be full on release day. So we need to obviously monitor the sales so we can make sure that those that buy the game have proper access to the game. And that is always a challenge on releasing a MMORPG. Okay, so this group is too small.
Down with Kodo.
Alright, we need to...
You mean their group's too
if one of if the banner group can go there closer to the rocks at the stronghold, then we will see the forces, and then the non-banners can be here, just so we can get a good view on approximately numbers. And if that looks good, after we arrange the numbers, we can one group can run out there to the stone, and I guess on my go, we start the fight. Yeah, that group over there is quite large. I think we need to get some of those guys into this one.
Yeah, guys.
Look at that arm, guys. The ant trail.
Yeah, that seems like 3 times the size.
Yeah, we need a few banners,
we can
I
do
think.
it, lads. It's okay. We can do it.
You think we can do it?
We're trying to get more people to come over, but no one will.
Yeah, we need a few banners to move over here.
They won't come over.
No one wants to go over.
No, like we've got a lot of randoms over there, which aren't part of our group, and
there's
they
like
really
10 of us.
Yeah, the vast
but
majority,
yeah,
the vast majority of that group is your alliance. Send some of your allies.
Just put on flags.
Kusara, send some of your allies over here so the teams are smaller. Why?
God is on our side.
Yeah, try to send over an ally or anyone that is not in Kota if you have enough numbers. I don't know how it looks.
Henrik will give us
like Olgard over.
the best weapons in the game.
That's like
I'm fucking out of it, boys.
There because it's the whole Kodo alliance. And they have like 7 people allies, so there's just loads of them.
You want to see a little trick?
We'll make it, guys. We'll make it.
Several big guilds versus randoms, and we're gonna get stopped.
See what happens every time.
Don't tell anyone.
Hey, does anyone have some water? I'm thirsty. I could use some water if that's okay.
They've got like
They have more than 3 times in there.
Need to fix my stamina a little bit. This is a trap, Henrik. No, not trap, but the challenge is obviously to split up people into groups. People are coming in allied groups, and their individual guild groups naturally and want to fight as a group, right? And it's always a challenge. And then there's a lot of random groups, random players that want to join in.
Six of them. There's at least
that
15
group
of
over there
us.
is literally an entire alliance.
But it's fun, and it's a good test again. We always measure everything in the nodes, the data, the stress, and so on. This is pretty much just us here. Okay, so that is Koto over there.
Good, guys.
Here, guys.
We're quite outnumbered. Fat
What's
duck.
the plan, Henrik?
The plan is to see if we can get a few more bannered people join us over here, because we're quite outnumbered, right?
Yeah.
I'll go ask if some of them will come over.
Yeah, see if it works.
I'm gonna go speak with Pulsara.
You can do it. It'll be a slaughter, guys. Look at these guys. We have 2 nakeds.
Yeah, spawn that big monster you were talking about right on top of them.
And we're all random, you know, and we're not in team communications, and that is a big difference as well. You know, you can be a small group with proper leading leaders, giving very direct directive to the group, and they just follow that correctly. You can be victorious. Just running around without communication is a huge, penalty, especially in battles like this. And Kodo is quite coordinated. I assume they are all in their own comms, and I've been fighting a lot as a team, so there's no doubt that this will be.
Hey, split up your alliance some. Come on.
Very uneven.
I mean, where's everybody else?
Good question. Ooh. Integrity, I go in a clutch. Got the iPhone case. Will you have stance switches if you wanted to, for say, grab by the blade and hits with the handle? That is something that we plan on expanding later on after release. As mentioned before, we have quite a lot of different weapon group abilities and moves, and that could be one of those that we can actually have additional options on some of these weapon groups where it makes sense. So, you know, we have a lot to explore there, and we have quite a list already that we know that we will have, just a matter of time and prioritized order. And now we're obviously just heavily focused on stability, getting everything ready. What's going on here? And, handle the release as good as we possibly can before we move forward with additional features. Alright, so let's see. We have a few more, it looks. Or is the fight on, or what is...
Pulsara was attacked, they're invading!
It looks like it started early, guys. Alright.
Attacking now.
Started early, I'm not sure why. But I guess some of the sides started to fight. This is, what makes these events very challenging. Without really proper, exact setup, what we should do. We've done quite a few of these, and they've actually been surprisingly
Henrik,
smooth.
stay with me, I'll keep you safe.
Great, thank you. It's surprisingly smooth so far. People have respected what we aim to set up, even though we haven't set everything in stone, and this is exactly what we have to do. We're just trying to have fun, hang out, and like I said, at the same time we take the opportunity to check data. We have got the next generation servers just recently, and we're going through a lot of things there to be totally optimal and ready for release. And this strain right here again gives us quite a lot of data, and every now and then it helps us to pinpoint some of the things that we can optimize or adjust to be even better. So it's very valuable, even though things turn out in very different ways. But yeah, it's always awesome to see this many people showing up. Even though it was a little bit in last minute change from Thursday to Wednesday, and We were actually planning to do something else before this event, but yeah, we went for this group fight, and let's see.
Do you have an extra one, Ranzy?
Get out of here, bro. You know what they're gonna
Clee. The milkers.
Oh no, dude, I'm not taking part really. I'm just kind of chilling with the Kodo guys, watching you guys do work, and the North Order and all that. I asked for a banner earlier.
Will there be animal farms in the future? Yes. So with TC, we will give you guys a lot of different buildings with specific functions and NPC services, and farms, breeding pen or whatever you call them, is one of those. So you will be able to plant seeds and grow your own plants, and you will also be able to put in your animals, male and female, and hopefully breed them. All right, so that fight, I guess, turned out premature. But yeah, it looked like the one side didn't want to split up. Server runs really good. Yeah, so like I mentioned, we have we are not even fully utilizing the next generation hardware. That is what we're doing right now. So we are really cranking up the servers to be the top of the line, the best that is possible on the market. The one we're running on now is getting a little bit old. They're still solid, but we're cranking it up so we can get additional overhead on the servers getting ready for release, which no doubt will be a stress. And like I said, we've done several optimization on the server side to make it as smooth as possible and retaining this high level of quality when it comes to animation, physics, the details of the armors and pieces and body parts, and real-time traces through every body part. It's quite impressive when you break it down what it actually means compared to most modern MMOs on the market today. And yeah, I'm very excited to have it on this level of, you know, line at this point already. And yeah, performance is awesome, as you can see. I'm streaming and doing everything on the same computer, and I have very solid frames at all time, even though we have, you know, stressing the hardware, the client hardware, quite a bit when you're standing in the middle of that crowd. Let's move closer and see what's going on. I don't know if the fight is over already or what happened here.
Oh no, what happened?
Let's get a little closer. I don't know.
What happened? I got attacked out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We got a premature start. We got quite the group over there. Are they still fighting or? I'm not sure. Let's take a close look, guys. Just bought this game today. I feel like the sharpness of the image is too high. Is there a way to adjust it? Please reply. 10sec, yes, you actually have a few options that smoothens the sharpness out. One thing is actually using DLSS. It smoothens the picture out quite a bit. So if we just take a look here, I'm trying to look at these grass stuff that have quite some crisp, and if I change this to off, you see a difference already. And then you have anti-aliasing that you can use when DLSS is off. So you can play around with those settings. It changes the sharpness quite a bit. I do use DLSS because it makes it a little bit softer, actually, less pixelated. And it also allows me to downscale graphics running on very high resolution without killing the frames. Yeah, when I stream, I have a cap on 60 because my CPU is getting bottlenecked, which means my stream will actually start, you will see it freezes and lag, and that's not very smooth for you, even though the game runs smooth for me. So I cap it on 60 to make sure the stream is always smooth. But obviously when playing and not streaming, I run it unlimited to get all juice out of it. I like the smoothness. And, you know, obviously when you're playing Counter-Strike on a competitive level, you want that sharp minimum 120, 144 hertz FPS, right? And even more now. But it's not as critical in a game like this where you don't do those pixel perfect headshots with your guns, right? You know, it's a little bit more forgiving with your swings. You need to control your swings instead. And that is actually fully doable around 30 FPS as well. I mean, if you used to play over 60 frames, it's very smooth, right? And obviously, under 60, it's the more old traditional frame rates. But the game still runs quite well, and you can participate in skill-based fights close to 30 FPS as well. It's when you're starting to get, you know, in the 20s, it's gonna start feeling not as pleasant. The cap mine at 60 FPS too, very smooth. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's close to 60, it is smooth, no doubt. And like I said, everything over 30 is preferable. Because obviously, if you're lagging when you're doing a strike, you may miss your target, right? So you want to keep it above 25 at least. So where is everyone running here? I'm just following the group over here. Ooh, a nice color on the hoodie, Coffee Grinds. More guards in Fab. Players are exploring on stock and finding spots where they can attack around guards, killing pests without prep loss. But keep it up, great. Yeah, exactly. We are looking at those locations. We're getting reports to see how we can improve security in the cities we want to give security to players. And yeah, Fab, we are quite aware of. There's quite a lot of things going on in Fab. And so you can expect to see some more guards covering
well, look who it is.
Areas. Look at Klee.
What's going on here?
I'm not sure, actually. They just executed this.
Do you want to know what they're doing, Henrik? Yeah. They're coming out naked trying to give us murder counts and negative rep because the system is not very good.
Чё ты меня не убьешь третий раз?
Alright. You know when it's serious business when this happens during the beta, you know. People committed a lot of effort, time and energy in the beta. We haven't had to wipe the game. We have tried to avoid that so people can commit and invest time because it helps us developing and polishing the game. If we wiped very frequently, we push away quite a few of those players that want to try to enjoy the game, try it out, and, you know, help us polishing the game. But yeah, that results in that a lot of people are playing it as it would be live or close to it, and obviously want to still make use of their efforts the last weeks we have left before wipe. And it's understandable. When can we expect the no-line issue to be fixed? We have one of our upcoming patches now, and that is when we can expect the no-line to be fixed. We're going through some things regarding that exactly. We know exactly what we need to do. We just need to confirm it, make sure it is indeed fully working and fixed, and deploy it during the beta. So we're getting closer, for sure. Online fixed before launch. Yes. It's our biggest critical bug in the game right now, the node line issues. It messes up quite a few things with, you know, mounts, pets, and all that. So yes, it will be fixed before launch. When the war starts, we already had a small start of the war, and it ended quite quickly. And now, you know, I'm not sure how it looks. You know, there's a lot of guild politics going on already, and people have, you know, built up their characters And depending on these events, if you are killing innocents and they go in and report the players, that means they may be banned from the city of Medulli. And obviously that is up to the players to, if they want to participate or not, depending on those outcome. Those are things now that makes it a little tricky to just say, let's go for it. Optimal would be that we have this area here, no flagging, no reports, no nothing, and we can just go for it without think about that. And I know that I think it's Koto here, the majority of the group here they live in Medulli, right? So it's annoying if they get banned from Medulli due to enforcing these fights, or people are taking the opportunity to report them there. All that is understandable. And like I said, I don't want to enforce something here. I just jumped in, and if people wanted to show up and participate, then great, we will do that. But it's equally understandable if people find difficulties in doing so due to their standings with the cities and so on. Yeah, maybe events, other side of the world can be done next time, and we can try to make more clear setups and guidelines. I mean, obviously there are going to be a lot of things in the future. We have the arena, for instance, have a area of, a flagged zone that we decide the rules, that there you enter with the same rules. There's no reports options or anything like that. So that is more organized fightings, I would say, that helps us to eliminate these standings, murder reports, etc. Drop a world boss in Medulli. Should we drop a troll instead? and see how fast we can drop it. Or what say you? Will there be more randomized monster creatures spawn within their region and more animal behavior, like wolves hunting something? I feel like this is a must-have for a game calling itself the most immersive MMO in the world. Good question. And so we have a few things and a few tools that help us give some of those randomized wildlife happenings where a group moves around, migrate, and patrols. Right now we don't have a system where you see the wolf actually hunting the rabbit and eating it, and I agree that that would be immersive and nice to have. But right now we have prioritized the actual AI core behavior and PvE functions to give very exciting PvE dungeon raids and bosses with very different behaviors. That requires different types of tactics and things to figure out to defeat them. And so far we have got a blast in terms of feedback and how people enjoy the new AI, especially compared to Mortal 1 or even other MMOs, that we're trying to push it as far as we can to offer something unique in terms of AI encounters and PvE in general. And yeah, there's a lot, where we want to keep pushing, and a lot that we want to add in the future. Like we mentioned, we have a separate system for small animal wildlife that kind of like a squirrel jumps up in a trees. You can still shoot it and interact and loot with it, but more, wildlife like that adds to the immersive as well. So for sure, we're gonna continue on this path as much as we possibly can. Since Ulu is your main inspiration, what do you think about the simulated self-balancing wildlife from back then? Would the same system work in game like Mortal Online? I'm sure you are familiar with their setup and goals with that system, that wildlife ecosystem, right? Where just like you describe. And it all sounded cool and such on paper and when described, but in reality it turned out quite as a difficulty, and you know, made it pretty much unbalanced naturally. So they had to actually go in heavily tweak those systems to also make sure that the world had the wildlife as they have intended. So those systems, you know, may sound super cool, and if you just make them like that and deploy them, you'll quickly see how that turn out. And we have been doing some of that in the first game as well in some other ways. For instance, we had Rysar builders and scouts that, you know, they came from Herabalter and then they moved over Mioland, and every now and then they set camp, built a camp, which spawned new Rysars and warriors, and then they continue to move on and build. So if you let them be, they would actually take over Mioland eventually until they were pushed back. That is one of those AI self-evolving system. So, and some of it was quite cool and interesting in the first game. But like I said, this time we try to refine all those steps when we implement some of that again. And can we expect a fix for Crite reputation? What fix do you refer to? When are you gonna get real GM tools to support these events? You want to do and take care of real player issues. So we are working heavily on finalizing our GM tools right now. You know, that is one big part of the development, and we will have those, you know, very soon, very shortly. All right. One moment. Okay, so guys, so the question is, should we get a troll going or should we head back for now? I'm not sure if we have the possibility to do more fightings here or organize something.
If you do the troll, it's just gonna be the same thing where like the one group kills everything.
Spawn some trolls. We can always drop one troll over there, and you know, if anyone want to go for it, they can go for it. Are there plans to increase the range of equipment rendering so there's less pop in at a distance?
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been the most beautiful audience. Remember to toss a coin if you can.
Yes, we do plan to look into tweaking those numbers. It does come with quite costs on both server and client, so we always need to be careful when we crank those numbers up and make sure that we have a proper load-in, load-out.
I am very loud.
Let's see. Whoa, whoa.
Hello, big boss.
Hey, hey.
Hello. I'm very grateful for this game.
Surprise troll attack.
What is it that you were speaking of?
Shall we plant a troll over there? And then people can try to kill it. We're supposed to get domination and beast mastery. We are working on domination right now. The plan is to have it, and the part that I think I mentioned it a little bit before, the beastmaster part where you can control a pet and you have to give it commands to do those powerful attacks. You know, like I mentioned, we wanted to add those player skills involved in using powerful pets. That is an important balance. We need more time to get those functions in. So, you know, pets will be limited to that for now until we have those options. Two elite roles. Still plan to have them chained. Yes, that is one of the things with Beastmaster. So we have a plan which is quite cool and interesting. So we do want you to be allowed to use domination and taming, where you have a leech to some of those beasts, but that obviously comes with a balance factor where you need to maintain that range, obviously, and you have to command the different attacks. So you tie to it as well, and that is the way we want to try to balance it. And then also we need to remember that there are some very powerful creatures in the game, and you can't just tame or dominate them at their high, strong level. You will most likely obtaining them on a lower level, and they will only grow, you know, so much that you can control them. So, for instance, you can't dominate the Spider Queen as it is and expect that power, but you may hatch a Spider Queen and let it grow up to the cap where you can allow it to grow, which is not quite where the Spider Queen is, as you can expect. So there will be some different limitations and balance through that. That one, Jess, thank you for the subscription. All right, so I think we should have a troll, guys.
Sina. Är det någon mer från Skåne här eller?
Yeah.
Nice.
There should be a troll here, guys. Let's find it.
Another one.
Here we come. Here it is.
There it is.
Uh-oh.
I do have what kind of strength do I have? Yeah, I like the strength. Damn it. Too little strength. Oh my god. Here goes. Oh. Yeah. I need a lower strength or some more strength. Look at the arrows on this one. Oh. Did we make it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Aim. Hit the pig. What the hell? Oh. Whoa. Whoa. E. Oops. They're quite dangerous, the trolls. Quite dangerous. I don't have healing either, as you can see. Heal yourself 1. Is he on me? Oh. Ah! Yep. Yeah, this is a new character. I just got the combat skills, but I forgot about healing. So, not 100% prepared. I've been going over characters quite rapidly. And forgot what I had running right now. But yeah, just a few bandages are needed to pop, and then it should be good.
Hey Henrik, I'm gonna need kiting, okay? Kiting and faster swing.
Yeah.
I can't do it, man. There's people that can't fight, and they just block me because it's so slow.
Yeah.
You gotta speed it up.
How's it going? Are they, have I got one of the trolls yet, or... Did I got him? No, there's one left. Wait, are there 2? There's one at least. Dang. Boom. Got him. Look at the crowd here. Everyone wants to loot. Look at this loot group right here. Insane. It's like ants on sugar. Holy shit. Got a quite a group showing up here. I guess the other troll went down, right?
You really destroy that troll.
How do you move your health bar and make it at the bottom like that? You just click it and pull it. Just like that. So in mouse mode, click on the middle and pull it. Should do it for you. And same with this one. You can place it wherever you want. Spawn a Mino King. So as you know, those specific bosses have quite some specific behaviors, and some of those behaviors are not really supported out here at this point. What? Spawn 40 bowmen. Spawn 50 minus.
Кто-то хотел увидеть, что там было в луте в этом?
You just started teleporting, I think. What do you mean, teleporting? There's no teleportation. Yet. Boom. Got a house construction going on here. The strip cave. It's really nice to see the while getting houses left and right popping out. Really nice to see. Quite impressive stronghold there. 10 elder Terror birds. Yeah, so there's two things. We're looking into the range on when you can see and what you can see. Obviously, displaying someone's name on that distance over here. First time he comes out of nowhere. It's not very realistic to see his name from here, right? Until you get close, and then your character will remember his name on this distance and even further away. But initially when someone runs, it's part of the balance and immersion that how do you know this is Euro Loco. You don't until you identify him a little bit more, right? But yeah, there are some things that we want to tweak in terms of, for instance, what gear is he carrying when he gets closer, right? That makes sense to try to crank it up a notch because it helps gameplay wise, right? But as you can see, as soon as I know, it's like my character remember, magically has Commodore over there. He uses that gear and it's Commodore. I can remember that. As long as they stay within my view range. People that go around game using racial slurs, sexist comments, won't tolerate that, will they? No, obviously we will be very strict. When we go live, there will be a strict policy and rules that players need to follow. Obviously, racist slurs and stuff like that is not tolerated in our game or anywhere in the community. And our GMs will enforce those rules. Look at this guy. He's running. Come on. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Oh well. Oh well. Any chance the list will be finished and tested before release? That list? Do you mean what list? Sorry, I missed the topic here. I was a little distracted by this little backstab. This game needs more PvE content to make it more fun. Yeah, exactly. That is why we're deploying tons of PvE content in every patch now, as you may have noticed on the roadmap. So we're adding bosses, new dungeons, new creatures, tons of PvE. And not only adding them, we're adding, additional polish and fixes on the AI. And yeah, we got that arrow right in the head. That looked hilarious. And he was looking around. I mean, those moments in Mortal can be truly spectacular, one-of-a-kind moments. So yeah, you can expect to see that in a continuous matter with our upcoming patches, even more content and bosses and dungeons. It's been super exciting to watch the community participating in those dungeons, fighting those bosses, and we've been watching, and we had a blast watching, and it also obviously helps us to further fine-tune them, getting them ready for release. It's been a blast. And so far the feedback have been amazing as well in the PvE. Why isn't there a basic chat filter for racial slurs? So we're looking into those tools as well. It's it's good points, and we always try to do those things. It seems to be good and logical, right? Or again, it's easy to forget that we are 30 people doing a lot of big things. So even though it sounds easy to add a filter, right? Because many games do have it, it still requires an effort to make that system and put it in place, go through all that. So yeah, there's a lot of good things, a lot of quality of life things that we want to have and fully agree on, but we can't get everything, right now. We do have to spread them out over a period of time. And the more resources we have, the more developers we have, the more of that we can go through over time as well. And we are looking into actually exactly that to see if there's some filters or tools we can buy or enable or add on, things like that, that will help us. So it's something we are looking into. Will war bosses have a lasting impact on the world, like maybe have their existence alter their landscape? Yes. So when we're talking about the tier 3 AI, that is our titans, giants, that is very specific world impacting bosses, pretty much. So far we only have tier 2 bosses. It's like the trolls, the spider queens, Clothos, the king, the vessel, the latest one. They're like tier 2 bosses. That is, a big challenge, and the group need to figure out the correct tactics or effective tactics to beat them, pretty much. And it's been a blast to see the groups, figuring that out so far. So you will see more of those, and we have actually for release, we have a 2.2, I would call it, boss ready for you guys. That is getting closer to a tier 3 AI. The tier 3 AI is, like I said, more of a titan that have a big impact in the world in different ways. And those will come a little bit later. We are getting closer and closer to them. And chance we get a reminder system to pay upkeep on house. Yeah, that is one of those other quality of life functions, right? So we have, I think you can pay your upkeep for 3 months, which is quite generous. You can stack up quite a bit, and you don't have to feel stressed during that time period. But yeah, for sure, you do need to kind of keep refreshing that to make sure it's safe and saved. And yeah, I think it makes sense to have an indication of informing the players, for sure. The list before release. What kind of list? Do you mean features, the roadmap, or list of what do you mean specifically? So as you can see on a roadmap, we try to update that when it's done. We're getting closer to that now. You see up to release of what we plan to enable as well. And then obviously we have, the time schedule after that, which we will... The first focus is to make sure that we are on top of everything on release, monitoring that, following that, to make sure things are stable. And, if there's any new bugs or anything that we need to take care of, that is the highest priority first. And then obviously we go back to the normal roadmap, update it, and continue.
Another one.
Sloppy Joe with the donation. Can't wait for release. What's your confidence in January 25th, and what are the major bugs, issues you see that could stop it? Now someone is trying to do the backstab. Always someone. Can't even see. So sorry about that. All right. The bugs, the issues that. So the biggest one is the node lines that we're working on still, and will have fixed before release. Thank you so much for buying our Horde Risar t-shirts. And some guild integrity merchant guild. Come by, place order, or some create content for yourself. Yeah, thank you. So the bug node line bugs is the most critical. Anyone that is traveling around get affected by it, right? So what that entails. That is the biggest one we have, and we will have that fixed for release. Then obviously there's, different types of bugs, like, a small hole in the terrain, something floating. Obviously it breaks the immersion of the game, and it's not nice, right? But it's not at the same time a game-breaking bug. So, you can expect to still be able to find some of those. Unfortunately, it's a very big world. We only have a few guys available to fly around and fix those things. But we will do our best. Those that are reported, we try to cover them all. But if, there's someone that we haven't found or haven't reported, there can be a chance that you will find some of those out in the world, and we will just simply, continue on that list, or as soon as someone find them or point them out, we will do our best in fixing them. So there are different types of severity levels, I would say. We're polishing a lot on the AI to make it as solid as possible when it comes to using pets, traveling around. We've been doing quite a lot of work in that area as of the latest patches. We are also refining some of the bugs I'm also sure you are aware of when it comes to invisible items. At first, you may think that, okay, I lost an item and it's gone, but what happens is usually that it's just simply invisible, and a relog gets it back, or if you figure out how to get it back. Obviously, an annoying bug, right, to get an invisible item. So we're working on those as well to secure those. We know what's going on there. We just, again, simply need to go through it to have it fully done. So what feels very awesome for me in the team is that there isn't, a huge or endless list of critical game-breaking bugs as it always was in the first game, because the core of the engine and the network solution wasn't good enough, pretty much. Our network solution that we built had big flaws and issues. And that is why we spent around 2 years to just rebuild it and make sure it has a solid foundation this time around. So we feel much more confident and very excited, and we can actually breathe, because that list of critical things is very small, and we have a solid plan to go through those during the last weeks of the beta. So as long as nothing happens, occur that, shows that this is a system that needs a rebuild or something, a big investment from us that wasn't planned for, or we couldn't foresee it, that obviously forces us to take a look at how is the release phase looking, along with that work that we may need to invest. But so far that haven't happened, and that is obviously always one of those requirements, or determining factor if we can stay true to the schedule or not. So far we are on track. We are super excited, and we just have to make sure that when we deploy the patch for the node fixes and these things I mentioned, that you confirm that yes, indeed they are fixed. It's finally working when it comes to traveling the world with pets and mounts. That's also when we know it's confirmed. We're ready when it comes to that. Can maybe get a bit more range on our spells would be incredible. So yeah, we hear you, and it's mages is supposed to be a big role in this game world, and it will be, no doubtly. And I'm also a fan of playing a mage. We have ecumenical school and spiritism, as you know, two quite basic but very important schools. But since we only have those out of the 12 schools, that means the magic and the mages built-in options in these different schools will obviously make it thin, all right, for you right now. But as soon as we deploy upcoming schools, you instantly expand the mage's options and abilities greatly with every school. So we just have to hang in there as mage fans that, you know, over time you will have an insane depth of mage options. You know, when all those schools are delivered, then we're heaven as a mage fan. Right now, I agree it's a little thin, and but it's still extremely important in terms of group effort. You know, you can't really succeed in a dungeon or a fight without the mages. Merc D with the bits. Where the hell do I see that? Ah. Super excited to hear about the no-line fixes coming in the near term. How about Dominate and Ada? Yeah, so we are working on Domination, like I said before, a little bit earlier. And the plan is to deploy Domination with those core rules in terms of, you know, the main difference from Taming and Domination. And what will come after release is the refinement of the Beast Mastery functions that I mentioned, you know, Leech, actively player command to use powerful pets. That is an important balance factor for using pets. We want to move away a little bit from send a pet on someone and run the other direction. That will be quite limited. Join Integrity. Got a hoodie, a blue one. Bro has yeah. Thank you for buying Mortal hoodie. I hope you'll enjoy it. So where I but yeah, we have been giving some expansion on the ecumenical school as well, and spiritist, increasing range on some of the spells, increasing the base damage a little bit, increasing the concentration percentages as well. But like I said, we can't just keep buffing those two schools because, like I mentioned, the plan is that there will be multiple schools that you will pick and choose from, and those will define your character style or whatever. Oh my god. Always someone that is trying. So yeah, I guess we simply have to have a little bit more patience and wait until we get more magic love in terms of additional schools. And like I said, the third school is Necromancy, and we are rebuilding that a little bit from the first game, trying to refine it, make it more exciting and fitting, and also because we're not really bound to the limitations we were in the first game. And same goes for elementalism. Yeah. What is going on here? We have was it one guy that was running around between everyone? So yeah. But yeah, I feel the pain a little bit because I fully agree. I enjoy playing as a mage as well, and I'm really excited for some of the upcoming schools and spells that will give that wide option for mages. Necromancy is gonna be cool as well. So we're getting closer and closer for Necromancy, and then obviously the other schools after. And you know, hopefully we will also be able to expand and work on multiple schools and multiple other areas at the same time, so we will get to them even faster. Will the base skill point be raised? So these skill points will remain as they are. Professionals 1200, action skills 1100. But you will get to enable the veteran point system after release. I don't have the exact date, but sometime, hopefully not too far away from after release. That will allow you to further refine your skill trees and learn even more. Agony got a mug. I heard about Bobo. They have his contact info. What? I don't know, man. I don't know. But thank you for buying a mug. I hope you'll enjoy it. Directional blocking would be nice. We have directional blocking. What do you mean? Sloppy Joe with the gifts. Thank you, man. Killing it as always. Will 1500 hooks be fixed in next patch? Balric, there's nothing to fix. They already work. I confirmed it with our guys, and it's working. So if it's something specific you mean that is broken with those hooks, let me know and I may be able to clarify. Will Borderline 2 be available on GeForce Now at release? Yes, it will. We are working with Nvidia. We have signed up and prepared everything. So plans are when we go live, we will be available on GeForce Now. And we're also doing our best in being available on Epic Games Store on their market. That is similar to Steam as well. Again, it comes down to time, what it requires exactly to get everything done. So yeah, but at least sooner or later. Aim blocking, not static blocks. Aim blocking. I'm not sure exactly how you mean with an aim block. I mean, this I'm aiming to the left to do a left block, and I have to be on the right angle when he strikes there to perform a proper parry, right? If you mean that the whole arm should be dynamically moving up and down, and if the blade clash, I'm not sure exactly how you mean with the difference is, but again, you know, there is oh my god, the force in that arrow. You know, it's still a MMORPG with thousands of players that can fight in probably the largest battle scales yet to seen in a MMORPG game with this high level of details. And it's quite complex and insane already, and it's working insanely good. If you add a component where it's a dynamic movement on top of that, then you're killing the network and the packages, and nothing will work anymore. It's not a multiplayer game like Chivalry, you know, Mordhau. It's a very big difference. So, you know, we have to be realistic on what can be done in a MMORPG in this scale, and when it comes to this kind of detail. You're giving Seb a Christmas bonus. You know, the team has been killing it, and obviously something I'm very keen on is to make sure that the team, you know, get what they deserve pretty much. We've been working very hard for so many years. Sebastian has been here since day one pretty much. A few of the other guys as well in the core team. And obviously I want to show my appreciation there, and as soon as the company can afford, you know, to handle that, that is one important goal obviously for me personally when it comes to that. So yeah, I think we got things covered, and so far things are looking very, very solid in terms of bright future for the game. So I'm quite confident that finally we will be able to, you know, get us there which we dreamt of or had as a goal for so many years. Yeah, around 30 people. 30, 31, I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, 30 people. Possible furniture before launch. Yes, Profo. Yes. So we have a few big things missing that we are adding in the upcoming patch, and then, you know, it's all about polishing, bug fixing, the node line fix, refining everything that you pointed out as much as we possibly can. Love the game, looking forward to see where it goes from here. Yeah, it's gonna be exciting, you know. it's impossible to speculate. Obviously, we can only look on past numbers, compare from the old game and the new game, and compare the feedback from the players from both games, compare the feedback from, you know, from the combat beta to the first stress test to the last stress tests, and seeing that whole picture and looking on the Valve's statics and data and what they inform us. Things are looking very exciting for us. So you know, there's a big change, a big difference. So but yeah, the question is how far will we go from launch? That is, you know, the exciting next step. Graphics are amazing for MMO open world. Team done a great job. Yeah, thank you. I'm super proud with what the team managed to put together. It's, you know, it's impressive with the resources and amount of people we have. Yeah, it's quite crazy what they managed to put together. Captain Explodo, thank you for the gifts. Will you be doing some event on the last week? Maybe give everyone free mats, etc. Constant fights. Yeah, I mean, sure, we can go crazy the last week. You know, we know it's so close. Things gonna wipe. We're also gonna wipe a little bit before we're going live, because we wanna switch everything back on normal rates and make sure that is working correctly. And then the final wipe after that. And that's when we do the live switch. But yeah, I mean, sure, you know, everything gonna wipe, so we may as well just throw it all in there, right? Go crazy. You know. When does Terrorbeards getting bags and Mountable? Good question. I can't guess at this point. So we have the horses, right? And we plan to add the wagons to connect on horses next. And then we have a long list of creatures to toggle, that you can put armor and gear on, that you can mount them, and requirements to mount and have penalty or not. The big workload there is, you know, other than creating the different gear that can be put on them, is obviously the animation work. And we need more animators to be able to cover that huge list of animation, because as of right now, as you can understand, we prioritize the PvE, dungeons, bosses, and creatures and wildlife a bit higher than... It's time again, guys. A bit higher than... what the hell? A bit higher than... more mountable different creatures. But yeah, as soon as we get additional animators, we can start working on that list. Mountable bears, mountable Terrorbeards, mountable Campadons. I can't wait. It's super exciting to be able to use those as mounts as well, right? But like I said, right now we do need to finish that list of creatures, bosses, dungeons that we have planned for, to make sure that everyone can explore and enjoy the world and have exciting, you know, PvE experience. So I hope that we will have a solid release, as solid as we possibly can, have a growing player base, being able to expand the team, get more coders, more animators, and expand the work on being able to work on multiple areas at the same time. So in upcoming patches, you don't just see you can mount the bears next, you actually see you can mount these 5 creatures next. That will be you know, a goal, and hopefully that will happen. There's a very high chance of that is the direction we're heading. How is financing for you guys? Will you be able to do what you want development-wise? Yeah, so like I mentioned a little bit right now, right? We are a small team, and obviously if we don't see that we are growing when it comes to income, that the company runs and we can hire more developers. Obviously, I have a responsibility as the CEO to make sure that the company is moving in the right direction. And we can't just, obviously go negative and don't have a future. So that's have always been one of my main challenge to survive over all those years without having a game that is running live, giving us a profit. The first game, got quite a big influx initially, but as many of you guys know, we had some major issues with the first game, so that resulted in a fast drop of population. And since then, it's been a huge struggle for me to try to make sure that the company survives and move forward. And hopefully, somewhere in the future, my plan was to get the opportunity to have the right means, skills, resources to make Mortal 2 how we meant it to be for real. And that is where we are today, which is super exciting. So yeah, we are good when it comes to the finances today. Everything is pointing in the right direction. But obviously, like I said, we want to expand, right? We want to take those bigger leaps. Even though we take insane leaps on every patch, I think you guys can, confirm that. I don't have to say that it's, that's what you experience when it comes to what kind of patches we deliver compared to other games. So that's a good indication to see what's going on in Star Wars right now. And hopefully that speaks for itself. But like I said, we want to be able to take even bigger leaps. We're not gonna throw in new features and risk instability and bugs or very bad balance. But where we do want to throw in a lot of stuff, that is in polished content and features that are already existent. And that is, for instance, more creatures, right? More mountable creatures, right? Those are safe for us to, just add an army and produce a lot more of that. New armor types, new weapon types, the new weapon groups and armors. Expand that, expand the world, the dungeons. Those things rely on the same codes we already have, right? So that's where we can push things, and we really want to make sure that every player feel that they get a lot for their monthly subscription. This is a solid base we're offering on release, but the plans are to show everyone that, okay, I'm getting a lot on every patch, and that should be it should feel that I'm getting something valuable in return for the money you guys invest in playing the game. That is an obvious goal for us. The content you're able to release with such a small team is amazing. I can't wait for this game to thrive on release. Keep going, man. Slappish Joe, thank you so much. And I agree. I'm very impressed with what the team are delivering and what level they're delivering in it. The last patch was a huge patch, and it was pretty much rock solid. And players have been having a blast. So yeah. Is it really going to be 100x slower? Won't that end up in people running macros like Darkfall Online? So we cranked it up 100x for the beta because obviously we want everything to be quick, effective. We want people to feel that I can reroll endless amount of characters without feeling that there's an obstacle. And that is because we want the beta to be effective. And that's exactly what we've seen players been doing, right? But we also need to consider that we are still making a MMORPG game, right? Which means you're building a character, you're investing time in it in different ways. But at the same time, we saw this in the first game as well. So for instance, if you're just trying to learn your swordsmanship, and it just comes down to hitting something, we already reduced that heavily from hitting for several weeks to actually finishing a character within a few days. And it felt like, to getting ready to fight, with your stats and swords, that's quite straightforward, even 100x slower. That's how it was in the first game. So like everyone bet said, when people asked how long time does it take, and is it grindy? Every veteran said no, it's not close to be grindy compared to any other MMO. And you can even be participating in our large wars within a day or two if you just commit to those combat skills. So it's not a grind, but yeah, at the same time we also try to avoid where, okay, if this is a skill and it's it's quick and easy and it comes down to people are doing macros and such, then of course we try to look into it to see what can be done to make it sure it makes sense. I mean, it's also a swordsmanship, for instance, it doesn't just add 300% damage, right? So it's not that you're crappy with lower swordsmanship. So the goal is also that you can explore the world, you can fight different things while you pretty much finish your swordsmanship on the way of exploring and doing and learning those things. And at the same time, oh wait, I'm already 100 in swordsmanship while I was doing all this, learning these things, exploring these things. It's time again, guys. So yeah, I hope that kind of gives an indication of. The longer to get the skills, the better. That way a completed build feels like an accomplishment. Yeah, I mean, it is, like I said, it is an RPG game at the same time. And what that usually entails is that you start a little bit weak, right? And then you build your strength, you refine your skills, and you get better and better and stronger and stronger. And that is still true to this. We noticed that a few people showed up having no clue what Mortal Line is and say, why am I so slow and weak? And then they see a veteran that is strong and fast. It's an RPG game. There's in any RPG game you play in the world kind of have that core rule, right? It is a satisfaction, it's a accomplishment, just like you said here. That is a big part of RPG game, and removing that, then it's just a deathmatch game or a Rust game that is quite different, right? You jump in and jump out. That's when it makes sense to have it. But this is a persistent world that's gonna run for many, many years. It's gonna evolve. It's gonna be more and more things and content and things to explore. We want to have that RPG element on your character and everything in the world. So it's important to remember that as well. When we will be able to purchase it on the Epic Games Store? I can't say for sure if it's gonna be on release day or what kind. Depends on the workload, right, and what is required from us there. We are prepared and we know we want to do it, and it's just a matter of, can we maintain that as well securely during release, or do we need to wait a few days? That is more what it comes down to. How do you feel about the Dexterity requirements for Mounted? So there is no doubt that we wanted to make more use of Dexterity. And we also heard that a ton from the players. And this was a natural way where it should have some kind of impact and where it also makes sense. So far the feedback have been solid. And again, it gives these different types of builds and options where you can try to refine things in different ways that actually makes a difference from other players. And that is, again, all part of Mortal Online. Everyone is not supposed to run the exact same build or such. People will always find different builds and different ways. And also obviously what caters for them, what they're interested in. And I think that having a dexterity, how agile you are, I mean, just like in real life, if you're clumsy as shit, then you may not be the best rider or, dancer or whatever, right? So it kind of makes sense to give it some bonuses tied to dexterity. And you can choose to be, clumsy effective or not, or something in between. Dex requirement for Mounted was an excellent change. Thanks for it. Yeah, I personally think it was a good addition. Like I said before, there's always some things that obviously I don't just change or add because I personally want it and I don't care about anything else. I always try to look at the bigger picture, what Mortal Line is, where the core rules is, the red line, and how it also connects with all future content and feature that is not yet into the game. And then, of course, we look into the feedback. Is players enjoying this feature, or do they hate it? You know, that is obviously the key indication that we use to see, okay, if they don't think this is fun or it's not working or not ever used, then it's up to us developer to try to fix it or change that or improve it. I have mixed feelings. Yeah, I mean, it's natural, right? It's a new big thing, and it would be strange if there's nothing, you know, that makes some of us think that I'm not sure about what I think about it yet, but I think it's good for the game and the different options, like I mentioned, and I think it fits and makes sense as well. Also, after release is Necromancy. What does Ogmium look like? Ogmium you will see on release day or after release, whenever you guys produce Ogmium or find Ogmium. Necromancy, we don't have a date for it. We need more time to fully finish the different systems in Necromancy. Like I mentioned, there's going to be a little rewrite from the old Necromancy. Necromancy was always a cool school and magic I enjoyed and thought was very exciting in the old Dragon and Dungeons, pen and paper role-playing games. And I want to go closer to that nature of rules compared to what I had in the first game. So I hope that you guys that also are fans of Necromancy and, you know, using the dead will enjoy that big upgrade from the first game and think now it's much more exciting to be a necromancer than in the first game. So we need that time to make sure we get that right. Hey Lord, got a hoodie, thank you man. Bör du om online to något helt nytt för både spelmarknaden och företagen. Keep the good work. Inspo. Thank you so much, Ecolord. So that was Swedish. Yeah, I think this brings something quite unique to the market. And it's an inspiration. So thank you for those kind words. And yeah, it's an exciting time for Mortal Online and any sandbox lover out there. No matter what, if you hate it or love it, it's still exciting time for the genre, I think. Worked very hard in Mortal 1 to figure out Shades and Death Knight combos. Yeah, so some of the parts will still be there, but some of the system and what you can control and how will change a little bit. And I think that if you're just a remotely fan of Necromancy, I have no doubt that you're gonna think this is so much more awesome. I love it. That's what I think and hope, at least. Many gifts and some Zuligi will not affect you until after real login. Very confusing, especially for new players. Yeah, there are some of those things, and that is part of our polishing phase we are in now. We tend to crush as many of those as possible to make it more convenient and clear for new players. Again, not a critical game breaking problem, but yeah, of course, a little annoying if you have to relog, right? We try to eliminate all those bugs. Still waiting for a sneak peek. Okay, is it time, guys? I guess I may be killed or not, but that's just how it is when leaving unattended out in the wilderness. It's my own fault. But yeah, I'm gonna show you something that I and the team think is just insanely cool, and I hope that you will think the same. So let me start by showing you let's see. Okay, so what I want to show you right now is as I mentioned before, we're doing a big change for the one character system and giving a lot of depth and value to the player choices. So for instance, if you're a weaponsmith, you know that you can be a master weaponsmith at 70 and mass produce as good weapons as a grandmaster at 100 in weaponsmithing, right? So the big question then, why would I invest those 30 points additionally and become grandmaster other than just putting your little signature on it, which is quite cool, right? But obviously there needs to be some more candy. And this is really cool. So you will be able to find rare things in the world when you explore, adventure, and do dungeon runs and all this. Swan Pooch with the crazy amount of gifts. Thank you so much. Thank you. I like where this is going. Schmerik. Right, so, alright, so imagine that you found these resources, rare resources, that you discover from these different places in the world. And it can be everything from quite common to rare to one of a kind to unique. That spectrum, you know, it's all about the spectrum. It's quite wide, and this is the cool part. So I'm gonna show you a rare spectrum component right now. So it's nothing you just find in every loot left and right. Piece of candy, piece of candy. Right, so I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Imagine if I found these quite rare components. You bring them to your Grandmaster Smith and say, make me a freaking sword, one of a kind, or a, you know, whatever rare component this may give me, or what options you have as a Grandmaster. And that Smith gonna tell me,
oh my god,
here you go, my son. I just crafted something truly rare. And it looks like this, for instance. So, as you can see here, the blade have been imbued by some quite specific visual appearances. Here's another one.
Oh my god.
Oh my god almighty, with the gift subscription. So here you can see some of the details what I'm talking about. So rather than just running around with the same sword as everyone else have in the world, you will let the Grandmaster Smith... Ah, shit, I bit my tongue. He will be able to use this component and make everything from one of a kind to common to rare to you. And obviously the players set the prices, right? Because you're gonna figure out how rare this really is eventually. It looks like a Anduril. Too rare, put it in the bank and never use it. Yeah, so I mean this is what I like about it. So I mean it is a visual wow stuff, right? But it's not a game changer in terms of balance. It doesn't give you 10 plus to damage or something like that. So I mean you can always fight in fashion, right? There will be common imbues, and there will be, like I said, rares to unique and one of a kind. So you can always pick the more common rares and fight in fashion if you decide to, you know. Or just if you want to show off your stuff or have it as collectibles, place it on the walls or anything like that. So I think it looks awesome. And here is another one, another type of the imbue options that you may have. Look at that Rise Up blade. Freaking cool, right? Freaking cool. I'm a crypto developer. I can make you guys shit ton of money with your artwork as NFTs attached to your own currency. Yeah, so there's a lot of discussion, right, about NFTs, and obviously that buzz is going around quite hard right now, and there's discussion regarding that as well. Obviously we're quite occupied, so we haven't really had the time to go through what that could entail for Mortal Online as of this point, but I appreciate the reaching out. Is the painting of Verdad still in Mortal Online 2 Tinram? Always love that detail. Yes, it is, Stone Abe. It is in Tinram. We added it a few patches ago. So yeah, my father is back in Tinram on a painting, and it's a really nice painting that Adria and the team have painted for me and us in in Mortal Online, so he can be a memory for all time in Mortal Online. He was pillar to me in this journey and project which I started so many years ago. He was always solid, I was like the apprentice, right? He had a lot of knowledge and experience, and it's just sad that he's not able to be here and experience when Mortal Online finally, gets what it deserves on global scale. But yeah. Any chance for PvP small arena in Haven so newbies can experiment PvP before going real world? We have looked into that for exactly that reason. It's a good point, and new players could actually test that as well. But it's a very big system, believe it or not, to make that happen. But what we do plan to do is add a duel function at least. So players and new players can actually play around with duels without actually losing anything on Haven. That is the goal, and we hope and think we will be able to make it before release. That is the plans, at least. We make sure Mortal gets what it deserves, man. Love to see your passion. Saludos, Flapfroll. So Nabs, thank you. Just avoid an NFT completely for now. Better not to attach that negative perception to your growing game. Let someone pioneer that stuff and make it a proven accepted thing before even think out of it. Yeah, I mean, I've read mixed things in the gaming industry in regards of NFT. There's a lot of hype and buzz around it, right? But I heard a few negative things about it as well. So yeah, we don't prioritize that at this point. We obviously prioritize to make a stable release as we possibly can first and foremost, and then we will see. Any chance for a player customized maker's mark? You mean that you draw these symbols yourself and can apply them on the gear? You mean Slappius Joe, or how do you mean it? No worries about NFT shitting games since Steam doesn't allow it. Yeah, that is another factor. Steam doesn't really allow it. It may change. We will see. With weather effects on player stats, and etc. on release. With weather effects on players. So in the first game, the wind affected your arrows, stuff like that. Pretty cool and sounds cool, right? But we don't want to invest too much in those areas now if it's just like a 0.5% notice, or it becomes too much that it becomes annoying if you can't read how it should fly, etc. So there's things that staples up that we need to figure out to make sure it's a solid addition to the player experience. Obviously we want the view range and how that affects you as a player. Rasmus Knakov, thank you for the subscription. We want that to have the apparent effect, which means you may have a hindered sight and range that can become important in a fight or war, obviously. So we will see how we expand it from here on, but we don't have it highest on the prioritized order right now. We try to make the weather effects look better, more solid and synchronized. That's the first step, and then we will see the next. Ubisoft at Rainbow Six NFT, how did those fare? 15 sales total, foreign volumes. I read about that one. yeah, interesting. It's been so different from different projects. Just want some sort of arena for PvP. World PvP is awesome, but some more structured way of participating in PvP would be ace. Yeah, a bandits, and that is, we have a lot of plans for the arena in Tindrem. It's not just for the show, the looks, but we actually intend to invest quite a bit of time to make some really solid systems that will allow you multiple options for participating in one-on-one, groups versus groups, guild versus guilds, fight for honor and titles and rewards and prize monies and bettings, and also against beasts. But again, we need more time before we can, go back and finish those systems and let you play around with them. Stream tradables items are NFTs. Yeah, they kind of compete with what they already have, right? So understandable they're not too happy to see it right now. But yeah, you can always go to the PvP arena and fight there. We don't have any guards there to make sure that you can fight there without guards, but it's on your own rule set, pretty much. Yeah, it's a little odd when the horses lose their stamina when you swim, and then it gets stuck on 0 until you get up. Doesn't make fully sense. We just haven't had the time to change it for it to make more sense at this point of time. But yeah, it's one of those things that it would make more sense if it didn't behave like that, at least. Love the blade engravings. Yeah, I'm happy that you think they're cool. We think they look awesome, and again, it's gonna give the players options to look very unique, so it just adds additional layer on that. A little bit behind here. When can we expect a standalone launcher without Steam? We rely quite heavily on Steam, their system and backend, for security reasons and some other reasons that, we think it's worth using Steam. And it helps us quite a lot on some very important areas in which we struggle in the first game and we run into several issues in the first game. And we have eliminated all that. We removed those security issues by using Steam and Epic as soon as we can. So as of right now, Steam or Epic Game Store will be a requirement, and I think that would remain so. With clouds being for launch. We have clouds, but do you mean if they will be synchronized? Because that's the part that isn't done yet. They're not synchronized. And yes, there will be seasonal weathers. We already have seasons, but again, it's not synchronized, so it's a little chaotic. What's your favorite implemented feature in the game? Ooh, coffee grinds. Very difficult question. I mean, the whole thing that it's a big, super beautiful world where thousands of players can run around, meet each other's VoIP, and have a one-of-a-kind experience. Already there, I think it's exciting, having that as a base pillar. And then, of course, there's so many features that I'm excited about and like and enjoy. The latest, building houses, fishing. Fishing is awesome. It's a really solid system, and finally it's 100% finalized and working as it never was in the first game. So I'm happy to see that, 16 years later. I'm super proud about the character armor systems, the craftings with the depth. I love the combat. I like fighting. The system and depth of level when it comes to how the combat system work in this large scale MMORPG, which is, when I think about it, it shouldn't be possible. That makes me super excited. And the boss fights have been super entertaining as of late. I watched a big group trying the vessel yesterday. They failed, but they may have gained some knowledge by trying. And I can't wait to see they revisit and try again and see if they figure things out better. Really exciting to see these different boss fights going on and how people discover the knowledge and how they do, what kind of tactics they use. And I can't wait until, you know, it's live and persistent where things really matters. Who will claim what? I'm gonna play and try to participate and claim my little lands somewhere in Mirland. So the whole thing gets me very excited that the core is solid this time around, and the future is endless. There's no limitation on what we can do from here on. There's a lot of exciting features on the list, on the upcoming, near upcoming, and the long upcoming as well. Some of the magic schools I'm super excited about. I can't wait for staff magic and mentalism. Those two are. There's some really cool stuff there that I am longing for as well. So yeah, I can't just pick one thing. It's the whole feeling and universe that we now are able to play and participate in. When is Kitten 2 coming? Oh, I'm not sure we're gonna have time for that, Uton. Kitten 1 was a cool project. It was solid, it got high ratings, and we learned a ton using the technology and Engine 4. So it brought a lot of good stuff for us. And obviously we released a game on the consoles as well. Gave us even more knowledge and experience there as well. But now we're gonna be heavily dedicated on making the best sandbox ever. And obviously we have a lot more to offer post-release, as you know. A lot of stuff in the pipeline. When Guild Priest be added with TC content. Eric, I love the idea of customizing the weapons like this. Will this also be available for armors or something similar for armors? Yes, this will be also for armors. Even your pet and beer armor down the road. So yes, it will. Why do you keep your hair looking so good? I haven't actually been at the hair barber for quite a while. I'm overdue when it comes to that, so I have to book that and get it on track again. But thank you. I was just lucky, I guess, to get good hair. It's very thick. Whenever I go to the hairdresser, they kind of cut half of it and throw it away because I get an afro pretty much if I just let it go. So I guess I was lucky to get good genes on my hair. My father had the same. So yeah, I don't know. And yeah, so the second thing I wanted to show you guys was, or is, do you know the threat that almost wiped all life from Nave, going from Morton 1 to Morton 2? Do you know what I'm talking about, guys? Bugs, indeed, Zero Trigger. Quite specific creatures. If you read the lore transition from Morton 1 to Morton 2, quite a few things happen, right? The insect things. Yeah, do you remember their name, guys? Yeah, so I actually accidentally gave them the wrong name because I misheard Mats, and that name stuck in more than one. This time we correct it. The Tagmatons, exactly. So I call them the Magnatons, I think, in the first game. And I don't know if it was, I think it was the story about when Hanu concepted them, and he always decided to put his own name and stuff. And sometimes that name stuck and went into the character creation development, and we got the wrong name. And both Mats and me were surprised over a few names. A little interesting old story. But yeah, now they are the correct name. Tagmatons. Finally, we're on the same page. So I wanted to give you a little sneak peek of a Tagmaton warrior that have been one of the common soldiers to wipe the life of Mirland. And, you know, they disappeared, right? Since that. And there's a next chapter, and it's up to you guys to figure that next chapter out when Mortal Line 2 starts. So we don't know what's going on since they disappeared as quickly as they appeared during that invasion, pretty much. Died off, did they not? We don't know. We don't know yet exactly. But that's the next chapter. Boom. So this is one of those bastards that wiped almost all wildlife from Mirland. And I wanted to share this little sneak peek. And it's quite next gen compared to the first game. Do you agree, guys? I think it's awesome. Comparing it to the first game, those Tagmatons, it's, you know, this is next gen. This is the shit. I'm really happy how it turned out. So, so this is a warrior, and you can see that on their. They don't have any hands, pretty much. They're quite different, depending on what kind of Tagmaton it is. But you know, scouts captured this one during the invasion, and this is one of those warriors. They do webs. No, they're not spiders. They are quite specific insectoids. You know, Mats have to fill out more on what and how. You know, he's the lore master guy when it comes to this. But yeah, you can read about them in the lore. If you haven't done so, you can read about them on our website. Very interesting lore from Mats. I see a deep underground network coming, or am I thinking too much? You will see. You will see. You will see. Where's the Magneton source at? Yeah, so this is one of those crude warriors, and this is how they were meant to look. Again, we take the opportunity and our time to make sure that they look as accurate as they possibly can, following in lore, following in Matt's instructions, and they're awesome. So there's a few changes here and there when it comes to our creatures, and for that reason I just said we take our opportunity to make things more accurate this time around, along when the game is also, you know, accurate in terms of working core pillars. It just makes sense. It all aligns up perfectly this time around. The only good bug is a dead bug. I recognize that sentence. Is it from Starship Troopers? Or is it from another movie. I don't remember. Sampler info. Now that's a real Tagmaton warrior. Exactly. Finally, right? Finally. After all these years. Welcome, sampler info. So this is Mats that I was just talking about. Our lore master. In your opinion, what is more threatening to civilization on Mirland? Tagmatons or Risers? Puts in good question, good question. I mean, if you read the lore, there's quite a lot of past history of big threats from both those species, or whatever we call them, right? We almost lost all wildlife, you know, in these last invasions from the Tagmatons, as you can read on the lore. So obviously that was a serious threat, and everyone was had that threat against them. I'm even sure that the Risers were a threat, or was threatened by them. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mats, now when you're here. I mean, this is your master field, so feel free to jump in. But yeah, there's no doubt that the Riser hordes always have been a threat against humans and the other the playable races, you know, over a very long period of time. There's bits of lore and past history when it comes to the Riser threats as well. So I think that the Riser have always been a dangerous big threat, you know, if I'm responding personally. But I think that the Tagmaton threats, when they appeared, it was more swift and deadly, I think, for anything alive. Am I right, Mats? That's the impression and what I gather from our discussion and lore text and all that. Yes, Starship Troopers. I thought so. Remember that sentence. A cool movie when it came out. I enjoyed it. The sequels were a joke, sadly. Will the color stay the same? Satos, you will see a refinement on all those creatures. So there will be differences for sure. But you know, the different creatures, bugs or whatever insectoids we call them, have, you know, some different strength and weakness as well, similar to how it was in the first game, but a little different and refined. Right, Tapes. Great game, great devs. Morton 2 has been a blast. Thank you so much, and we're super happy to hear that. Mas, what's the lore about this creature? Will by order be here on launch? Yes, it should be there. Wolf, yeah, if you haven't read the lore on the website, do so, for God's sake. It's really solid and interesting text on the websites. We'll be getting more cities and castles in Mirland. We're not planning to add any more cities in terms of NPC cities. There, you know, there's a big space of empty space for you guys to occupy the lands and build your own cities. So, and it's already popping left and right in Mirland. People are claiming keeps and building houses and strongholds, and it looks awesome. And there'll be more options for those over time as well. So the next is up to you guys. My theory is that Ryza were once humans, but I know I'll never get an answer. What the mentalist mage will do. So there's a few. We released the scrolls in the first game that kind of gave a hint and indication in the name. But one very powerful spell that the mentalist can do is actually a blink spell, which means you transport your body very quickly in a limited distance based on your character's capacity. But very tactical, high value spell that can do some really cool stuff for your mage. Yes, the Tagmaton invasion was very sudden and devoured almost all life. The Rise are a big but slow threat. Yeah, although mostly to the other hominid races. Yeah, exactly what I thought and said as well. Makes sense, you know. It's there in the lore as well that you can pick that kind of out from the lore as well. Did look at it when it first came, so wasn't much to read. You better read it, Ruluf. How high is that creature? So this creature can be, you know, there's quite a variation from smaller to larger to different types, obviously. This one is a beast. It's quite large. It's a big threat against any player. And as you can see, it has quite dangerous arms as weapons. So it's gonna be a challenge for sure. And it's big. I can't say exactly how tall, but you will find out soon enough. What are the rules for placing houses? So first of all, there's some limited space where you can't place it. For instance, too close to a dungeon or a specific area in the world, or too close to a city, NPC city. Other than that, it's simple the angle, how steep the angle of the ground is. If it's flat or if there's a big rock in the way, you won't be able to place it. So if it's fairly flat, nothing in the way, player, creature, or rock or tree, not too close to a dungeon or a city, then you will be able to place it. So free placement, it's up to you to pick your place in the world. I've been running around and seen some really epic spots for houses, and I've even been totally lost in the jungle for hours, and then boom, a house out of nowhere. Really cool to see. Pay to play or free to play? It's pay to play. You need to have a subscription active after the 3-month period, and for very good reasons. It's a very important question, and we have gone through it a few times. And you know, some of the obvious reasons is that we don't want to lock or hide content or limit or negatively affect gaming experience by locked content, pay to win stuff, or you know, for you to look cool, you have to pay money. You know, you get all the same options as long as you have an active account. You get all expansion for free in the future, and obviously we rely on those money to pay staff, developers, keep developing the game and run the servers. So we strongly believe, we tried the different routes before, and we also seen a sad direction in the gaming industry for MMORPGs that, you know, affect the gaming experience in a negative way by locking content behind micropayments, and it usually means pay to win. If you want to be competing on a high level in any of those so-called free-to-play games, you usually pay more than $14 a month than than you pay for Mortal Line when it comes to the monthly subscription. So I hope that will be a thing that, you know, is considered, and when you see what that brings, you know, hopefully that will show you that you have a much better gaming experience, a better gaming quality. Is it true that the map is only one continent of several? That is true. It's 1 out of 6 continents. So yeah, we plan to expand the world greatly over time. And right now, we're already out of space if we're looking at the numbers for release. So we need to be careful on the release to not possibly allow too many players to actually purchase the game if it goes out of control and just continue. Because that means that queue time may be growing, or simply gaming experience in terms of you being around the hundreds of players all the time in this big world may result in a, you know, a bit worse gaming experience. You know, when we mean that you will be able to go on these vast steps, getting lost in the jungle, but you see players popping up left and right everywhere, you know, that is, you know, something to consider. So we will see, and we will need more of that land space for sure. I don't know if there's plan for a metal making tutorial, but I met a lot of people in Haven that had no idea how the metal system worked. So yeah, our crafting systems is quite deep and complex. We have refined them in terms of giving proper feedback, you know, easy reading, user interface, and the tutorial kind of shows you the basics of how to craft something, how to get going, how to make some resources and how to get those and how to refine them and craft something. And that's the purpose of Haven, the tutorial, that we want to give you the basics of, you know, so you can get going. And then it depends on the players. You know, you can either be a big fan of crafting, refining, and do that on as a big business, or you may be interested in other fields. So that's why we just want to give the basics of everything that kind of gets you going and get you a taste in those systems. And then it's up to you to go deeper and discover more and learn more. So we don't plan to give everything and explain everything in the tutorial. And also because the players will just be overflowed of information and just forget about it all, and could become a mess. So it's a tricky balance where we want to give proper good information, but at the same time don't overflow them, and at the same time just give them a taste of many different core pillars of the game, what you can do. And then it's up to you to pick and discover, explore, and go deeper and get the satisfaction and accomplishment when you actually manage to go deeper in them. And you can do that by, you know, discovering by yourself, or simply ask other players that is willing to share their knowledge in those different fields. And then there's plenty of room for you to discover your own recipes and do crazy things that no one ever have done before. That's the beauty of the game as well, and to have a lot of rich content in that field. So I hope that makes sense. You also asked if a stronghold should have 2 entrances. Why do we only got 1? Good question, and that is because we are building support for that, but it's not that simple to just click 2 doors, done. As I mentioned before, there's a very complex system that uses everything when it comes to a house, how AI behave in it, how it can walk in and out from a building, how it can place things and everything, and for us to keep having a solid performance, which is always king. So we know about it, we heard your feedback, and that means we will support it, but not initially. We will give you the tools to put those doors wherever you want and do those things, and you can design it on your own. But like I said, we need a little bit more time to build the support for that. We didn't first initially count to support it, but like I said, I asked you guys, what do you think? And you pretty much all voted for multiple door support, and we will make that happen. But as of now, it doesn't look like it will be initially. But you'll get the door option in an upcoming patch. Wow, that is a major makeover. Goes with the retconned name Tagmaton, I guess. Super intimidating. Yeah, Nefnates, indeed. It's a huge upgrade for sure. And yeah, finally it has its proper name along with it. And look at the freaking details of this baby. Look at the head. Look at it. It's super detailed and look awesome. New life goal, learning all Borderlands 2 lore. Good one, Reloof. It's about time. We'll be able to name bags in bank. It's a very good suggestion and a very good quality of life function. So I will say yes. The question is when, right? Will the game be available in GeForce Now at release? Yes. Can we own multiple houses? No, you can only build and construct and own one house type. But with TC, it unlocks you to build more things around your house. How much will the monthly sub be, and will there be a free month for people to try? So if you pre-purchase the game today, it's available on Steam already. You get the game obviously, and you get a free month. You get instant access to the current closed beta, which means you can play around, try things in 100x multiplier speed, which is quite efficient if you want to play around and don't know what you want to play as. So it's a good opportunity for that. And when the game launches 25th of January, that's when a free month starts for everyone that owns the game. And after that month, you need to activate a subscription to keep playing the game. Down the road somewhere, we do plan to add a possible free-to-play test on Haven, that you can actually start playing the game and trying it out for free on Haven. And if you want to, start the real journey and play the game, that's when you enter Nave, and that's also when you will require a subscription then. So we will see when we may be able to cover that down the road, but not initially. There's any other quests beside the tutorial ones? So there won't be the traditional quests in Mortal Online that you typically see in New World or World of Warcraft, with the question marks NPCs spread out in the world in different regions with the different levels. But what you will see and can do if you want to is actually participating in the different nations' tasks. So we call it tasks rather than quests. That means that there will be different types of task NPCs spread out in the different cities for the different nations. And if you visit them, there will be different types of missions that you can actually take. The common one we have right now in the beta is that you can take parcels, which means you accept a package and you can deliver that to a different location or a different city, and you get a reward by doing that. So you can make money doing that, you can earn reputation doing that, and you can also gain Clade experience by doing that. So if you're not sure what to do yet and you have no clue what the world is about, it's always a good thing to start doing some of these task missions, or what we call them, which kind of pushes you out in the world and start, to giving you experience in different ways. And we're actually expanding the task right now. You will see that in the upcoming patch. There will be rescue missions and other deeds that you can do for the different nations that will bring you additional rewards depending on the difficulty level. So it's a cool system, especially for those that are new to the game, that doesn't really know what to do yet or figure out, those fields. you can always go to one of those task managers, task NPCs, and you can do work for the different nations. So it's a good recommendation for any new player that are not really familiar yet what to do. But I'm sure after your first task, you will venture into things that may catch your interests, and you may be creating your own tasks from there on. Will the packages be like the beta, 0 month and up or down? Will the packages be? What do you mean? the in-game package or the game? I'm not sure exactly what you mean. I guess I'm falling behind with the question here. I think sub is fine. I agree with your stance. Yeah, I mean, it's like we said many times before, it's so common because majority of MMOs today makes them free to play, but they're not free to play. They lock content and different things behind because they need to make money, right? We believe more on being straightforward and say you get everything and this is what you pay for. So you know exactly what you're getting and how much it costs. In those free to play games, they're sneaky because all of a sudden, even though you pay $5 there, $9 there, out of next month and you check your bank account, you can say, holy shit, I spent $120 on this game. What the hell is going on? They're sneaky and profitable, and that's why many move over to them, call them free to play, even though obviously they can't be free to play. They wouldn't be running them if they were. So I hope that we can have that players understand that they will get something secure and full quality for that subscription in return. But yeah, it's a new thing for those players that are coming from only free-to-play games. And we've seen some of them on the Steam reviews, right, saying this game sucks because it has a subscription business model. And that's unfortunate, obviously, if they're not are willing to see what does that mean and why do we do it. There's a very strong and good reason for doing it, right? And if you can see that reason and it actually means that you as a player are benefiting from the gaming experience rather than the opposite business model. So it's a little sad when someone reject it and think it's bad somehow when it's actually good for the game and for the players, because you're not going to spend $150 a month to be competitive. You can be equally competitive than anyone else having an active subscription. Moist Hobo with the gifts. Thank you, man. And Kark with the gifts.
Oh my god, another one.
Thank you so much, guys. Your support means the world. I can't say it enough. Without you guys, we would never be here on this journey and moving towards putting a true sandbox game on the world map. And we're doing it together, guys. We're hopefully writing history as we go from here on and moving forward. And we'll show the world that, it's time for a real gaming experience in terms of a true sandbox MMORPG. Going back to the roots and pushing it to next gen. How many players can be online at the same time? So there's not a hard cap. So there's a few factors. Obviously, the main factor on Milan is the continent, the land space, right? So we can add pretty much infinite amount of nodes and hardware, but there's always this obvious limitation when the clients are dying, right? And when we feel that Milan is getting overcrowded, wherever you go, it's your client is struggling with performance, and it feels like we're running out of space. There's no space left to build houses and cities. That is a natural cap on Milan. And that's when we need the next continent and the next one and so forth. Haven is also the only time where we have instances. it's the only time. So it's a very important, big difference from when you're in the game. So in the game, that's what I mean when you leave Haven and go to Mirland. That is named the real world. There's no loading or instances on Mirland. The only place that you can load and go back and forth in different instances is actually on Havens, and that is the tutorial island. So if you are starting on release day and you're gonna play with friends, you just check your Haven number. If it says 16 or something, you can both go to 16 or your friend go there and you can play together. And you know, depending on how many wanna play the game, we just keep on adding those Havens so we can get the players in the game. And then we have a nifty queue system here, which is very brilliant of Sebastian, and that is that whenever you're ready with on Haven and you want to leave to Mirland, you click the queue button, says I want to leave to Mirland, and you can continue playing on Haven while you're on a freaking queue and waiting to go to Mirland. And when you get a message that now it's ready for you to go to Mirland, you can do so. That is freaking awesome. So rather than just sitting in the menu looking on the queue, you can play the game on Haven. So take your time on Haven, especially if you're new. You can build your character, you know, quite much. You can only bring certain amount of items and gold from Haven to Mirland because of very obvious economy reasons, right? But you can build on your character and learn the game, practice fighting, whatever, and whenever you're ready, you sign up for going to Mirland. And open estimations on launch population. Very difficult to speculate. We can only look on past numbers, past stress tests and so forth. We had over 40,000 participated during just a few days on the stress tests. You guys managed to crash MMORPG.com. Their network crashed. It's the first time in many years. They contacted me and said, holy shit, what kind of stress test are you guys doing? You're killing our servers. And that was when, you know, thousands of players was trying to obtain stress test keys on their website. It was quite funny. So no doubt there's a huge population growing rapidly. And what was even more surprising and exciting was that the absolute majority of those players from the stress test, the first stress test, was that the feedback was freaking amazing. They loved the game and enjoyed the game at that point where we didn't even have focus on gaming experience. The main focus was on the server side. So already then, with the world much more empty and lacking quite a few features, we even lacked the tutorial system. Already then, we were overflown by positive feedback and people were throwing donations at us, and it was crazy. We would never expect or have guessed that would happen at that point in time. So, you know, having that as a bar, you know, things are only moving up rapidly and by a lot every patch we do from that on. And that was many months ago. Now we have Haven in place, a tutorial in place, you know, getting all this big missing system in place, the housing, etc. So this is gonna be exciting. The numbers we have is growing very rapidly on Steam as well. The wishlist is exploding. Pre-purchase is growing every day. So there's no doubt that we're gonna have some chaos. The question comes down how we handle it, if we are ready for everything, which we have been working very hard on.
Oh my God,
And we have to be, you know, on our toes to see how many is actually buying initially. Can we still maintain all those players so it's convenient for the players when playing? Or in worst case scenario, do we have to pause the sales until that initial chaos calms down and then open up the purchase again? So those are the things we are preparing with Valve Steam. Alucardunit 1, share with the bits. Thank you, man.
Oh my God, another one.
Add Ryan GT resubscribe with Prime for 5 months. Thank you, man. It's crazy how time it feels like I just started streaming this game and having these session with you guys. Well, when I see these subscriptions from you guys, it's really awesome to see. We really appreciate the support you guys do and give us. Shuzru with a subscription as well. Thank you, man. So yeah, we can only speculate what those numbers can be, but we're preparing to support quite a huge amount of players on release day. And if it goes surpassing that, we're looking at maybe having to pause sales for a brief moments while we, continue pushing the servers. I know it's on the character screen that there's a ring and necklace slot. Is this something due on release or something in the future? In the future, we're gonna allow you. You will be able to find magical rings and necklace that will give you different types of bonuses and abilities. And those are actually linked to your soul in a very specific way. Imagine Lords of the Ring when the ring chooses you, it bounds to you, so you can't lose your ring or necklace when you put it on you. You can lose its power, so you kind of have to recharge it, simply put. But that is one of those things that also was very exciting in the first game when we released it. Very successfully, a big hunt and exploration for all these different rings. And it was a big trade in value invested in that because you couldn't lose it. It makes a big difference. The magical part is tied to your character pretty much. So yeah, that will come after release. There'll be a new content soon, considering the number coming on launch could be quite huge. That is the struggle we have, right? It takes time to build a continent, and we're still working on huge dungeons and stuff on Mirland to get it exciting for release. And we're also looking into the new pipeline, what Unreal 5 is giving us when it comes to building a huge world. There are some things we struggle with a lot when building these types of huge world in Unreal 4. And it looks like we were starting to build on a system to improve that in Unreal 4. Simultaneously, Epic Games were doing the same for Unreal 5. Great minds think alike, our coders and Epic Games. So we were happy to see that, obviously, to see that they're doing the same kind of support and building it in the same way. But it looks like we want to make use of that in Unreal 5 when we're building our upcoming continents. So that is something we're looking into now as well. So we're not building something that doesn't benefit us from in the old engine, in an old way, when it can be improved in the new engine. So we're actually looking to take the step over to Unreal Engine 5 as soon as it's possible, because we may benefit greatly from it in a few different areas. So yeah, we will need more time before we will see the next continent. Unfortunately, we may need that continent very early on, just like you said, on release, but it's impossible for us to just, make it happen that quickly. We need more time. Is there any new server, or is it just one mega server? It's one mega server. Think even line, very roughly. We built the system very specifically in mind with ping normalization and latency worldwide, and prediction system. So that is a very big thing to consider, that there's no main difference from, for instance, 5 ms to the server distance and like 200 ms in difference because of those systems I just mentioned. There's an obvious range when it starts to become crazy. If you're 450, 500 ms, things are getting affected more and more. And if you have packet loss or playing on wireless, that's bad. Worst case scenario, you get disconnected in that case. So yeah, another one. Vineyard with the gifts. You're killing it with the hype train, guys. Thank you so much. I have to scroll down, so I'm catching up. If population support would you consider an NA and EU server? No, for the reason I just mentioned. We built the game to be one server solution, and we just expand the servers as we go when we need more players. So yeah, there's no reason to do it right now. I have a super important question on behalf of the milkers. Can we milk that? You can actually try. You can try.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Henrik, when we get the spell to turn all the horses in the bank into rabbits. I have to wait a little bit for one of those magic schools.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Tell me, please. Archer is good against Foot Fighter. I don't know which build choose. So yeah, you can make foot archers and mounted archers. Mounted archers is quite popular in different fields. You can use longbows by foot, which you can't on horses, which means you have a very heavy, good damage, long range bow. And you know, players have kind of different roles when it comes to ranged, melee, foot, mounted, mage. And it's a kind of a natural balance have been created by this, that players figure out how they build them and what kind of counter is effective against the different builds. Obviously the foot fighter up close is its strength, right? So having a bow in the hand up close to a foot fighter may very well become a problem quite quickly, right? But for sure there is important role when it comes to archers. Also, very more importantly now when PvE is getting expanded, archery and bows is very important in PvE especially, and it has a very good strong point in PvP as well. So it all comes down to, again, what you're looking for and how you find those bow skills on your character, and obviously how you perform with your player skills.
Another one.
Thank you for the bits, Breath Ogomir and Preacher 19 and Swamp Pooch with the freaking gift list again. Thank you guys, you're killing it. You're really killing it. Rainyard with the gifts, you're just killing it. You're crazy, and we appreciate it. And yeah, can't express it enough. You guys are the backbone of this project, along with the team.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
We get arts in game, painting, dance, professions. We will have paintings again. We had it in the first game, so yes, eventually we will. You will be able to become a barber profession, hairstyles, tattoo artist professions, which means you can discover, learn different tattoos, hairstyles and beards, and offer them and trade them to other players. And yeah, we plan to expand on a lot of these things. We have a few dances as emotes, but you know, there's a few things that we want to tie to. For instance, that we have a bard school, harmonism, that rely on instruments. You will be able to play instruments, and they will have an effect on the players as well.
Oh my god.
So there's things coming for sure that expands these fields. Alien Warrior, this is our Tagmaton. Mighty beast and big threat against anyone.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
McDonald's. All this talk about McDonald's made me hungry, guys. The monthly cost is less than 2 packs of cigarettes, 1 movie ticket, etc. It's nothing, guys. Yeah, I mean, we hope that it will be a price that works for anyone that enjoy the game and think it's worth the value that they spend, what they get in return, pretty much. And just like, you know, Netflix, Spotify, and all those programs today that are quite common, that everyone is subscribed to. It's a similar business model, right? So yeah, I was surprised how many I was subscribing to when I took a look on my bank account. I was subscribing to like 5 or 6 of those services. But yeah, you have to obviously pick the ones that is worth it for you if money becomes a struggle, of course. We all have to survive, right? And we are trying to survive making this game. Also, castle gates need double gates like Floodgate. Yes, Redix, we will offer you double gates with upgrades for sure. We know how important that is. I mean, you have the outer yard and in yard, but obviously we want to offer that on the outer yard already. Have you thought about adding support to view items in your inventory in 3D if supported, like you can with your player model, for example, weapons? No, not really. We decided on the 2D user interface very early on and have been mass working on that to recreate everything. And we don't have any support for 3D when it comes to that, so not at this point in time, at least. Clade XP from all mobs eventually. You will gain Clade XP from all humanoids and specific challenges. You won't get it from animals and such. They're not supposed to give Clade XP when it comes to hunting normal animals. But all humanoids, specific creatures, bosses, etc. will give you Clade XP. Tagmatons. Can make shield bashing and aggression. We discussed to bring back the old 3 bash and then it's a criminal offense, so we limit the bashing in cities at least. You know, it's useful when you're stuck and someone is blocking and being AFK or something, and you can bash him to the side and you can move along without, you know, causing any more harm than that. And in that case, you wouldn't be able to because it's an aggression. Yeah, post-release we will expand our testing phase, the whole testing process, and making sure that we have enough players testing our new feature to make sure they're fully stable before they get deployed live. And that may mean that we need your help to connect to that server as well. We're looking into that as well. Will there be a final version to rep system before launch? It will be refined, and you know, we are adding more options to it. The system rules are in place. The one big difference that's gonna change is that it's not supposed to be a dice roll on your rewards. That's wrong. It will be a constant value, and you can rely on that value. That is the big change that fixes it, and then there will be multiple more options of them to pick and choose. What is TC? territory control. So what that means is after release, we're gonna sometime after release we're gonna deploy the TC system, which it starts with a big package of the players will be able to construct different types of buildings around your house or base with different services like a farm, bank, whatever. And it also allows you to hire different NPCs and services to offer to your city, your citizens or guild or whatever. So you can build your priest house, hire a priest that resurrect your players for a fee. You can build a guard post and hire guards that protects you with your rules you give them. Things like that. So that is what we call TC. Territory control. This is indeed a Tagmaton. The mighty new upgraded Tagmaton. 1 second, I'm gonna try to... Okay, I'm gonna show it. Misclick. Gonna show you the whole thing. I think it's really cool. I'm really happy how it turned out. Intimidating. Very big upgrade from the first game. We'll be able to subscribe through Steam. We're looking into the different options. For now, you start on... We're using a third-party payment provider. It's a world-leading payment provider. So we don't have any sensitive information whatsoever. You know, we do games. That's what we do good. We focus on that. So we use third-party providers that are world-leading, that handle all sensitive information and payment information. We don't touch anything of that. Also to make sure that we don't risk, having issues with that, getting targeted in those areas. So that is how we're going to handle it. Is that a Magnaton? So the Magnaton was the old name, which was wrong. This time we correct the name. It's the Tagmaton, just like in the lore. And we also take our time to refine the model and make it as accurate as we possibly can and make it look next gen and cool. And this is the result. This is a warrior Tagmaton. One of those that almost wiped all wildlife on mainland in the lore on our website. So you can read about them there. It's a really cool text created by Mats. And I'm super behind, I see. Sorry, guys. Shall I just scroll down? I will scroll down so I'm not 2 minutes behind you guys. Kark with the gifts. A moist hobo, yeah, thank you. I'm scrolling down a little bit. Rob with the gifts. Thank you, man. When do you plan to have Saduka ready to go? I'm not sure. We don't have that date yet. We are investigating the 2 different pipelines we gonna pick before we can, get that next continent going. Choo-choo. We got a choo-choo train. Release always bring new players as well. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no doubt that it's going to be most likely somewhat chaotic at release. It's unavoidable, especially if there's a big interest and a growing interest, which there is currently in Mortal Online. We're just going to do our absolute best to maintain stability and be on our toes and ready to deal with any issue that may happen or any stress we run into. We unawarded things like giant oysters and chess being in game upon release. So yeah, that is something we plan to expand on as well, but also more over time because, like I said, the world is huge. we only have a few people on every area, so they can only do so much during every second week patch, right? And we just fixed pretty much swimming, as you noticed in our last patch. So swimming is more reliable and solid this time around, much more polished, and a robust system behind it finally. And that allows us to push more content, surrounding swimming, obviously. So having that in place now, we can actually add quite a lot more value on the water. So it's more worth spending into swimming and getting good at having proper gear and suits for swimming, and explore more underwater content. So we plan to expand as much as we have time for, and more over time. And hopefully I can hire even more world propers, so you will see even more in upcoming patches. Every second week we deploy a patch of fixing, polishing, adding new content to the game. And I have to scroll down quite a bit more. Yeah, I'm going straight down here now. Within potions, yeah, there will be magical ways and potions and devices to further push underwater content. Obviously, we need a lot of that ready for the sunken continent, because that's all underwater, right? That is the first task. How do you get down there and start exploring that continent? It's a deep sea. You can't just go there unprepared and swim down. You may most likely drown already there if not prepared. We're best buddies with Epic Games now. Utan, we were best buddies back in 2006, 2005. That's when I started to knock their doors, and I wanted to use their Unreal Engine 3. And then finally I managed to get their vice president to be aboard on what we wanted to create. They thought we were highly ambitious with a quite crazy project, but they let us have the technology. And that's also when we visited them in North Carolina and worked with them at their office. It was a very exciting time for us and the project starting. And we went there with all our problems with the engine and trying to get as much help as possible moving forward. Obviously, it wasn't a project that they were funding or investing their team in or dedicated things. It's more like I asked if it was possible to visit them and kind of have some solid sessions with them, with their talented developers, to gain more knowledge of the engine and how we can do the different network solutions. And it was crazy times and very fun times. And it was fun to visit their office as well in North Carolina and see how they were running their team and office, and just have a tour at their office and all that. It was very cool. We got very inspired by a big successful company like Epic Games back then. That, wow, our dream will be to kind of get closer to that in the future. Water mounts, yeah, eventually we're gonna have naturally water mounts possible. Like I said, we have a lot of planned content on the water, so obviously you need effective way of moving around down there, right? We will see, you will see. Man, this game would be awesome on PS5. Father of Lies. So yeah, I mean, now obviously when the consoles are new, very robust power, pushing the limits, obtaining the next gen technology and hardware, but only for so far, right? And then very quickly the PC is catching up again, as it always does. and we will, as soon as we get our hands on our app, have the kind of approved stable Unreal 5 engine, you're gonna see a big push forward that kind of, you know, compete with that kind of visuals in a few areas. So yeah, it's exciting. There'll be more dense and different animals in the future. Yes, we are still working on a few creatures before release that we plan to put into the game. So a few more creatures, a few more dungeons, a few more bosses, more pickables, resources, pickables, treasures, rewards spread out and hidden in the world in different locations. And yes, more of all these creatures that we have produced over the years, so the world feel more populated and have more wildlife. We are lacking quite a few thousands creature that we're gonna enable when we get close to release and on release. So yeah, you will you can expect to see catch more wildlife for sure. John's going to make it into the game by the end of the month. I don't like using spreadsheet out of game. Yes, the journal is coming into the game. We are working on it as we speak. We are adding, and it's a lot of text and information for everything that you can discover in the game. Your character takes notes of in this journal. So it's kind of, it's a few things, almost like an achievement that you can keep track on things that you discover and learn and go back to them by reading about them in a book. So it's a very useful thing for new players. Also, if you're one of those guys that want to collect them all, it's a good way of keeping track of things that way as well. And it also gives you an indication of, okay, there's a lot more in this area that I, you know, may have to discover or can look for. And yeah, there's a section where you can take your own notes. So it's a nifty feature. Will you guys add crossbows in the game? Yes, we will add crossbows after release. And so it's a new weapon group, crossbows. Everything from small repeater crossbows to heavy bolt waving mechanics that you use with two hands or even with your foot to stabilize it and reload heavy with bolts, to, like I said, quick repeater, one-handed, not as heavy. So it's a cool weapon group that we're gonna deploy later on. When will the dice system be added? I'm not sure exactly when we will put that on our upcoming roadmap, but you know, when we reach the point we release the game, we make sure that everything is under control. That's when we're gonna continue on the roadmap and try to share the roadmap just as we've done throughout the beta, so you can see what's coming on the horizon as well. Any plans to make a way to view world map similar to tutorial islands? Yes, we have discussed that quite a lot internally now. We got a ton of feedback from players and new players, and you know, we plan to add cartography, as we mentioned before, a profession in a game where you can walk around and map areas with high detail depending on your skills, and you can copy those maps and trade them and so forth. So we were thinking about, okay, so let's make one basic made, like a cartography map made out of Myrland, to help new players to kind of get some kind of picture of where I could be going and moving around, or where I may be. We have been discussing that, and we see many pros and advantages to give that as well on Myrland. We noticed that may have a big positive impact for all new players, especially because also, you know, the thing everyone learns very quickly is go to this online map and you have the map already there, right? And everyone is going to that website and using it. So we may as well add something properly in the game as well that also, you know, in the future ties to the cartography profession. So we're looking into it. Y'all still planning to release on 25th without TC and sieging being added? Yes. You know, it's not a requirement for us to have sieging and destroying houses for release. The game has so much more to offer than that, and there's so many different core pillars in all the different features and areas. And you know, housing is one, furniture is one, TC is one, and sieging is one. And if we would like to fulfill the dreams of everyone's request, that means we will have to work on the game for 10 years, because that's maybe when we have fulfilled all those requests. And that is what we're doing over the 10 years to come. Like I said, all these magic schools, we have boats and ships, we have 5 more continents on the way. Obviously, we can't do this under 1 year. This will take time. And we already have, you know, a basic pack of housing right now. We will have more packs of housing over time as well. So okay, now all of a sudden you got like maybe the Ogmir inspired housing options and so forth. You know, so again, over time you will have many more options, upgrades options, different Clade inspired styles, and then eventually we'll have the first pack of sieging weapons, both offensive and defensive, and then over time you will have more sieging weapons. So we have to pick where is the core pillars, where is the foundation, where does it start, and how we can reach a solid baseline for a good amount of players, and then just continue from there on. It just begins and starts the 25th, and then we will continue on expanding on all these areas. And like I said, we have tons of more creatures, dungeons to come, especially also on, you know, along with the different continents. Will you wipe after release if that 1000 loot bag happens again? 1000 loot bag happens. Do you mean the chest bug? No. So what we're doing now is we will never wipe after release. It's super important for the integrity of the game. But obviously what we are deploying now is very robust systems and GM tools, so we can monitor everything and pick anything from the game by using these tools and monitoring everything. So that means if we see that, okay, there's a confirmed new bug, something happened, whatever, we can go in there in the database, remove that, and have it fixed. Because obviously you can understand what kind of critical damage it will do, both for the company and reputation of the game and all the players committed all that time invested in the game, and we wipe. That will be the end of it. So we will never wipe when the game goes live. We are relying on very robust tools to maintain whatever happens from after release. We're pensioning houses when? With the furniture patch that we're working on right now and finalizing. What do you think about hard griefing? Will you have any measure against it? Yes, I mean, griefing sucks, right? The thing is, there's a big difference in being a murderer or a thief that do clever things to, you know, gain something of value or stuff like that. I mean, also you are allowed to role play as a thief or try to trick someone using the in-game mechanics how they're intended to, or by in clever means. But as soon as things are abused, or, you know, using a mechanic that is an exploit, obviously that is zero tolerance. We will interact instantly when it comes to if that happens. So if someone finds a bug and exploits it clearly without informing us, you will lose your rights to your account. So that is very important to understand, that if you find a bug or exploit, report it and your account will be safe. Not reporting it and abusing it we can go back in our logs and database to see what happened and how it's been used and for how long, and everything is logged. And that means we can confirm that, you know, someone may have been breaking the rules, and that is never tolerated. And, you know, griefing, it's a tricky line as well. You know, if someone is just, you know, following the game rules, staying within those rules, but doing something that is simply annoying to other players, it's a difficult line there, because if they're simply using the game mechanics how they're allowed to be used without exploits or cheating, and, you know, staying within the rules how they are communicating and all that, then obviously we can't just ban people left and right because he's killing me so many times. We can't just ban someone for killing someone, because there's always options for those that are being killed to move away from that location, resurrect wherever they want, another city, whatever they want, and have different types of guards with securities. So it's our job obviously to make sure that there's no stuck loop where people can grieve someone and they can't play the game anymore. That is our job to do. So if that happens, then obviously we need to investigate, see if it's a bug or anything we need to change so it can't happen, or if we need to enforce a rule that this is not allowed because, you know, something is broken and we need to fix it and patch it. So, you know, it's one of those dynamic challenges when running a live game like Mortal Online. We got a lot of experience by doing that in the first game, and we learned a ton. And it was a huge challenge. So we know how important it is for us to have eyes on everything, tools for everything, logs on everything, which we have now. We log so much that it's insane. But, you know, it's safer to have everything covered than missing something, right? So we actually have so many terabytes in a backup system where we throw all the logs to make sure that we can maintain everything when we are in a live environment. It's super important, as you can understand. And we learned that the hard way as well over the years in the first game. So yeah, I hope that kind of covers the question. Send 1,000 kisses to all Star Wars team, and thanks a lot for all the work for this amazing epic game. Thanks. Dead to cry. Yeah, thank you so much. I will pass those kisses on to the team. I'm sure some of them are watching as well. Multi-rider mount, how soon? Good question. I can't say a date. Again, too early to speculate. We're so focused on the upcoming weeks for release and this era right now. We're so focused on that. But, you know, we have a good list of those that what comes next. These are the things we want to finish, and these are the things we want to build. And we know that, you know, wagons is a very high voted, popular, but also very useful feature that we want to add fairly soon. We have TC content, so we can expand on player cities and player control. That is also very high on the list, just to mention two important ones. Yeah, crouching or hiding would be nice to have implemented too. You already have hiding. You can just hide in a bush. That's the beauty of Mortal Online. We are planning to add crouching to, you know, add on that. But that is the beautiful thing. You hide manually in this world. Like this bush here. Imagine if you can crouch in this one. You may be hiding. See? I'm hiding in the bush. No, you're not seeing because I have a freaking thing in here. What do you see here? I'm sitting in the bush. I'm hiding. Manually hiding. Look, he's hiding. But not very well. So it may not be the best bush to hide in when you're up close like this. I see him, right? Or for instance, if someone is traveling here, if he's sitting there and he's still, you may not see him, right? And that is the cool part with first person only. What you see is what you get, right? And if you hide well, we are hiding from enemies, and I love it. And it gives such a depth and immersion in the game. And I've seen spectacular moments when people have been saying, shit, the enemies is coming, and they just run around this little stone and sit in there and hope for the best, and the whole army just ran past by him, and he was shaking and thought they were going for him, but he got away because he was hiding. That is how you hide in Mortal Online, and it's awesome. Pockets did a good job with the site. Yeah, very good job. It's that thing, there's, with a growing community, there will always be talent in the community as well when it comes to creating creative things, websites, tools, whatever. It's a natural evolution, right? You can't stop that, and in many times that is a positive and exciting thing. But it's also that thing, where how do we make it fair game for everyone? Can you rely on all the facts in the game, or should I go to a website, an external website? It's a tricky thing, and we always want to make sure that it's fair game for everyone, and it should be best experienced in the game, obviously, as long as it's possible. But clever people make nifty tools, and that site is super used by the whole community. But you can see how we as developers feel that something is a little off if we can't help them have those tools in game and get them in the right way, when the go-to is go to our website to get that information. It's all fine with, people share information and people decide to share, this is where you can find this and that in the world. That's perfectly fine, and it's nothing we can, prevent or will be trying to prevent. But at the same time, we want to try to make sure that if a new player joins in the game, we want to make sure that he can enjoy it as much as possible. And will fist weapon come before dual wielding? I'm actually not sure in what order they will be. I'm not sure. Will you be able to change the design of a placed house stronghold? Yes. So that was an important thing. We know how much long-term endgame value housing the cities and all that is, right? And we know that we're going to add more and more styles over time. We don't want it to be a dreadful experience for players to say, oh, all right, that now the cool stuff comes, or this design that I love, we have to wreck our freaking stronghold or house or whatever to build it again. That would be painful and not very friendly. So we want to allow you to put it back in a construction state and deploy that new design and, finish the construction, and you have kind of upgraded or changed it to that new style that you may prefer instead. We want to do that, as convenient as it's possible within the logic. If I use 75 kilograms of gold bars, will my house be gold? No, so your house doesn't look as your resources look when you place them. We're going through a lot of those things, what makes sense and how it works, and also, as I said, one of the things that we always comes back to, which is number one, performance, right? We want to allow 500 players to run around on the screen with a huge player-built city in the background without killing everyone's performance. And for that to happen and work, we need to be very careful how we build these systems. So there's a few limitations on what kind of different materials, etc., we can allow players to choose from when you're building a house. Like if you want to change to a more darker stone, we're going to allow some of those things. But there are some limitations that we set up to maintain that performance and quality for the players. But there will be a lot of options for sure. It's just that right now you only see a basic pack, and this is how they look, the walls, pretty much. In the next step, we're going to offer more expansion, different styles, and also you can choose some of the different appearances on them, on inside and outside. And again, over even more time, the plan is to actually offer all Clades inspired buildings. So you can build your own Ogmere city eventually, is the plan to offer. And another factor is that we have a system that also checks what area you're building in. If it's a sandy dust area, it will have sand and dust on the wall, so it kind of fits perfectly. If it's snow area, it's gonna have snow on it and so on. So there's gonna be a few things that makes it look different, and you have some option on that, and obviously the styles you will be able to choose from over time. Get rid of the double horse armor ASAP. It's already fixed and gone, so what's still in the game is those old armors. So we had a few options here, right? Either we spend a few days on building a specific patch to remove them and manually go in there and do that work, or we stick to our roadmap or schedule and can be on track and release the game when we need to. So what's important to understand here is that those old armors, they're not existing anymore. It was the old armors, and they were simply left in the game by those that kept them in the bank. If you die and lose them, you can't recreate them because it's already fixed and removed from the game. And yes, we are so close to wipe that do we risk wasting development time and risk our schedule in actually removing them now from the beta when we are gonna wipe it anyway very soon, and we know it's already fixed? Those items will never be in the game again because they're removed already. So I hope that kind of explains why for us it was very simple, even though we fully understand that it looks terrible. It's annoying. Someone is running around with a double armor. It's harder to kill the horse. It's unfair, and it is. And if this was live, 1,000%, it would be gone instantly, 100%. And it's cheating. It's illegal, and we would patch and fix it instantly. But since it was beta and we knew that we had to change a lot of the systems, and the downside by this was that bug, or a leftover of an old system that was the remaining of that old armor. So we fully understand the frustration and annoyance of that. But for us, it was clear that if we want to stick to our schedule and make sure that everything goes correctly, and it's already fixed, like we said, and we have the tools in place for that, we can do that engagement when we are live on all the existing items in the game that will be there on live that isn't there now in the beta, if you follow what I'm trying to explain. So that is the only reason why we couldn't spend that additional time. We need to be very careful about following the schedule and do everything correct by our plan, or we may risk instability in areas, or maybe have a risk phase in release, and that is what we are very keen on to avoid. There was a system in place to update already crafted items and balance change happens, so we don't have pre-patch items playing in the game. Yes, we have that system in place. Timeline for upgrading. We don't have a time frame yet. We are still waiting a little bit on Epic Games when it comes to Unreal Engine 5. There's a few things we need to confirm are stable for our game, because if it isn't, then obviously that could be a downgrade in stability on a live game, which would be bad. We all rely on stability now, right? Because there's so much on the stake, especially when we're live and everything is persistent. We don't want players to risk losing additional time or quality by rushing an upgrade if we don't know it's ready for mortal. The resurrection spell for pets or something similar. We don't have plans to have that. Pets are almost like the warrior's weapons or the pets for the beastmaster, the tamer, and it's something you consume, and you have to get something new if it dies. Like if the sword gets destroyed, you need to craft a new sword. If your horse or bear dies, you have to tame a new bear or breed a new bear. So that is kind of a general rule that we think makes sense, and it's good for the balance and for the economy and the trade. So that's how we are looking at it now, at least. Are there plans of hiring Game Masters customer service in-game? Scrawny Vikings, we already have staff in those areas, but we are expanding those areas now, yes. So any GM is external hired GM to do the GM job. They're not allowed to be players, so that is very important as well. We learned that the hard way in the first years of Mortal Kombat 1, many years ago. We want to make sure it's 100% fair game. No players or GMs or have any powers that could, be cheating or doing anything shady. We want to eliminate that possibility by having just external hired people doing that job only. And same goes for all customer servers pretty much when it comes to support. I'm concerned about the congestion in banks, Henrik. Even with current population, you sometimes get major clutter in banks. Do you have any future plans to create more open concept banks without doors and maybe more bankers? Yeah, and I'm sure you have seen that happening already in some of the cities. We're expanding them, we're opening them up more and more, we're adding additional banks. So yes, we are expanding on that. We'll be able to change items in addition to deleting with GM tools. Example, instead of deleting a pre-patched Steel Horse armor set, you can swap it for an upgraded Steel Horse armor. I mean, in that case, like I mentioned before, that item system that was the old armor is gone. It's no more. So that shouldn't be possible in the future because there's only one system now. There's only one armor part. So that can't happen again. We have finished that, and it's like that. And also, one thing that was extremely negative in the first game were when we changed core balance up and down in a live game. It ended up in a disaster for everyone in the long run and just hurted the game and the players. So that is why we're very careful now when we set the balancing core in place now when it comes to damage, blades, skills and all that. We don't plan to go back and change those and cause that problem we caused in the first game. So that is also why we're going through final rounds of getting all the weapons where we want them to be, and that's it. We're not gonna go back and fiddle around with that because it's just an endless loop, and people will never agree on what should be where and what, even though some may make it sound as, of course, everyone thinks so, but no. That's very rarely the case when everyone agrees on something like that. So we kind of have to have faith that us devs see the whole picture, set it in place as good as we can, and then we move forward. There will be additions and options, but there may be cases where, okay, these types of weapon group may be never used and very weak. That's the case where we can go there and say, okay, it's never used because it's has so much less damage than anything else. Okay, that's the case when we could up that damage very slightly, very carefully, until we see, okay, now actually a few percentages of the players are using it. It's an option, but we're very, very careful about doing the opposite. Like, okay, this is something that have always been powerful, always used. People rely on them, and they build a whole character build around this weapon group because they enjoy it. And then, we decide to, we're gonna nerf it. And all those thousands of players are gonna give us the middle finger and hate us forever. That's what we learned from the first game, and we will not go there again. We will do very careful, correct adjustments when we're on a live environment. And like we said, we won't have a game that has perfect balance because it's impossible, because it's like comparing apples and oranges. There's so many different features and combat system and weapon groups that can't just be translated into a perfect balance. It's impossible. But when we see that, okay, we see all clades are being used equal much by the player base, and we can see all weapon groups so far are being used equal much, that's a good indication that, okay, it works. There's a good balance. It's not perfect, but it's good. And right now we have a high indication of, for instance, that Pulsars are a weak weapon group. You invest a lot to use it, but it's not used. It's not really worth it. Some people like it. It looks cool, feels good, but it's not good enough balance-wise. That's where we plan to go in and tweak the numbers, especially now in the beta, obviously. But it's important to keep that kind of understanding that this game will never be perfect balance, because it's impossible and it's not meant to be that, you know. And like I said, there's going to be so many more tools, moves, weapon groups in the future that, you know, yeah, it's a big complicated thing, and we learned it so much on the hard way in the first game, and we want to make sure we don't redo those mistakes by pissing off 70% of the player base and they leave the game because we went back and forth with these balances, because this group wanted it this time, this group wanted it this time, the majority wanted it this time, and then after that patch, after 2 months, that big group regret it and say, revert it wasn't good enough. Doing that frequently pushes players away every time. We're not going to do that again. When is Dreadlord title coming back to the game? Very soon, very soon. We have a long list of titles coming in. There'll be bounty murder board like in UO. Yes, but not the same way how UO worked. It was a little bit abused in that game, and obviously it would be abused the same way in Mortal 2 if we did it the same. There will be a bounty system that works a little bit differently. And yeah, I guess we can talk more in detail how that's going to work a little bit later. But in short, it's a system for, if you are a murderer and become red, you can be listed on a local bounty board. Players can choose to put rewards how they want, but the game and nations would also put a price on the head. And as a bounty hunter, you can go there, pay a fee to get the bounty task, and you're going to get information of the last whereabouts about this player. You know that he's wanted for murder. You have the rights to kill him, even in guards, even in cities. But that right is only valid for a certain amount of time, because over time, then eventually that murder can actually decay, right? That's when you can hunt him. So murderers have to watch their back at all time, because there could be a lot of bounty hunters having a green card to go get them. We pet teleporting via band move to no lines and pathing across water is otherwise resolved. We plan to have the no line fixed very soon in one of our upcoming patches before release. So just wait a little bit more until we patch it, and it will be done finally. So the proper solution, no same solution. Eric, are there any talks of making tamers more mobile? Right now, being a tamer requires you to walk all the big animals to your destination because you can't run hide your pets without horses. Raymond D with the subscription, thank you, 4 months. I mean, that is one of the things. If you go for a big animal that costs all your pet points, then yes, you can't use a mount at the same time. You have to run on foot. That's the balance of it as well. Many of these creatures, as you know, will be mountable over time, which will obviously change this quite a bit. Dr. Matey with the subscription. Thank you, man. So yeah, for instance, if you have a big white bear max level, you will be able to mount it down the road, which obviously means you can ride it from A to B. It may not be as effective or as fast as a horse, but additional options at least. And you know, eventually we're gonna have ships which allows you to transport animals throughout all the water oceans. One option, but also down the road. But yeah, other than that, we don't plan to change transportation with pets. It's part of the balance, and you know, it's just how it works. Massive weapons that can fit a Tagmaton in them. Put respect on Pocket's name. His website kicks butt. Yeah, he done a solid job for sure. It's highly used by pretty much all MO players. But it, you know, again, like I said, it's a little struggle for us because, like I said, it shows like, I mean, you're missing the maps. Yes, we are, therefore everyone is using that map outside of the game. We're going to have several platforms with game forms. We're getting campfires and sleeping as soon as we can. So we have the first step now with the placement system, and we are finishing the furniture system, which allows you to place everything in houses. But it's not, we can't use that right out of the bat to place something out in the wild, because there's different rules in a house and outside a house. And that is the last step to kind of allow campfire placement. So that's what it comes down to. And again, time and prioritize. And plans to have all pets keep up with the players either on foot or on horse. Yeah, they're supposed to be able to keep up as fast as they can run. Which means if this is an animal that is slower than your run speed, it won't magically run faster when it's tamed, right? But there's also the balance thing, obviously, where it's kind of strange when the speed changes depending if it's tamed or wild. So we're actually going through speed right now as well. As mentioned in the previous patch, the plan was to bump the speeds on a few creatures like cobras and terror birds that can actually run faster than a common gear 3 horse speed. So we're going through some of that, which means obviously if you have one of those pets, it will always be able to catch up no matter, you know, your speed pretty much. But yeah, we have made an update on, I'm sure you remember when it was moving extremely slowly and it was pain in the ass to get any animal or bear across some short distance because it was walking after you. That's been fixed. It's actually keeping up quite well now, navigating much better, and the speed is decent. The news about head bobbing. No. So we have looked into exactly that and try to minimize the head bobbing when you're just standing still like this, because it made sense. And moving, have this bobbing that's, if you're sensitive, you can see that this can affect you. We looked at games like Battlefield that have one of the best FPS games in the world with immersive feeling. They take very strong steps. You can see it very clearly. And we want to mimic some of that, but a little bit more calm and easy, so it doesn't become a big strain. So maybe we want to adjust up and down a little bit. Feels like you're running a little bit on your toes, perhaps up and down. Because it would be a little sad just to remove it, so it's like a constant gliding robot. But yeah, again, we try to see how many players are affected by this, and is it actually preventing them from being able to play the game. And if that's a big portion, then obviously we have to see what we can do to help and improve it. We're going to change the sky to match the weather. Yes, that is one of the synchronization thing we plan to cover eventually. Will you add any kind of small secret storage that doesn't drop upon death? A secret storage on your character, or what do you mean? There's a few things that doesn't drop. Right now it's the capes, your spell book, and trinkets when you have them on you, as in on your fingers or neck. But other than that, we try to stay true to the full loot system. That is a core pillar of the game, that you can produce everything quite simple and easy in trade and buy it, but you can also obviously lose it if you die. We're going to see more swing from less GPU users to CPU. So right now we are heavily CPU bound. You're pretty much bottlenecked by your CPU. So in many cases, the graphic cards can't really be 100% utilized in all cases. Obviously it depends what resolution you're playing in and if you're using DLSS or not. But in most of the cases we are CPU bound, and in almost every patch we have been optimizing the CPU to gain more overhead to allow the GPU to perform more. And right now we're on a pretty good state, I have to say. We're pretty happy with this as a baseline. There are still areas we know that we can improve quite a bit, but we have an impressive performance. We can have several hundred players on the screen, and the performance is freaking amazing. And I've yet to see another MMORPG with this visual level that gets close to those numbers without getting 10 FPS. So we have a good baseline, I think. Will you continue updating the roadmap of launch? We will try to do that, yes. Okay, I see repeating questions, so either I'm quite behind here or we are doing a loop. In what world are Pulsars strong? Poleaxes are strong. Pulsars, how? Yeah, so we see almost no use in the pole sword, and the feedback is that the pole sword is crappy compared to pole axes and some of the other groups. That is the data we have presented, at least. Don't you agree? Do you think the pole swords are good, and do you use it? Moves are too slow. Combat. I mean, so there's a few components here. First, one thing is to make sure that the speed, the ping normalization and prediction is handled correctly with the speeds. And one thing is obvious also we want to stay somewhat believable to real life when it comes to speed and movement, both in swings and running and all that. And I think that, you know, we pushed it, you know, as far as it's possible and remain full stability. And we have gone through a lot of, you know, what's it called? Go through a lot of different cases when it comes to testing all that. Quite a lot since the Comet beta for quite a few months. And this seems to be a sweet spot, and it works very good. And obviously it would be a risk in going into fiddling around with that again now. That could break quite big areas of the game. Raymond D with the subscription. 4-month streak. Awesome. Thank you, man. Where's weather system? You know, we're doing everything we can. I don't know still exactly when we're gonna synchronize the clouds. The weather system is there. It's not just synchronized with clouds. And yes, I would love to have that synchronized and in place as soon as we possibly can. But there's a certain prioritized order of lists that the coders are occupied with, like, you know, the node line bug that we all need and must have, the missing components and bug fixing that annoys players. They have one step above the cloud synchronization. The world is simply too big. No, it's too small, Lawwolf. It's gonna be outgrown on release day, pretty much, and people gonna scream for another continent so more players can enter the game. That is what we're looking at. And over time we will need even more continents. And it's exciting. It's a big core feature that the game world is large, exciting, realistic, and offers so many different biomes, so many different things to explore and discover, different biomes to occupy and build your cities in, and have that space you can actually build your city, which I'm pretty sure going to run out, just as it did in Ultima Line back in the days. Pet pathing improvement, yes, we have done that greatly as of late in our latest patch. And so far no major reports, so we're improving for sure. The node lines is still there. Like I said, we haven't fixed that one yet, but we will. And where is clouds in your game and weather system? The clouds is here. Don't you see them? All this is clouds. And they're moving. Arriving and disappearing depending on the heat and coldness meeting, just like in real life. It's a very, very sophisticated weather system that uses Earth rules. How it creates clouds, rain, and the different heats. Do you see the clouds, Rudak Cobra? They're right here. Some of them are covering the moon a little bit here. Do you see it? You must see them. They're very clear. Volumetric thick clouds, and at the highest peak of mountains, the mountains even go through the clouds, just like the Tinremic Castle does. It's really cool. There will be an alliance system, but not on release. Oh. Workbenches in-house next patch. Yes, it is with the furniture patch. That's when you get the workbenches. And I've been following you all for a while. Started playing back in the summer. Favorite MMO since EU days. Wondering if you all are hiring at all, specifically in this audio world. We're looking into a few different areas for sure that we are looking for developers, and audio is one of those that are easily, you know, that you may think is not as important as many other things, but it is. Sound, audio, impact, and feedback is very important for the gaming experience and quality. And so far, we've been working with some AAA sound studio and packages to try to push that as far as we possibly can without having a whole audio team creating everything from scratch. But yeah, I agree that I think that there's room for improvement and expanding areas when it comes to sound effects and ambience and such. So yeah, I mean, we're looking over all areas where we want to expand and improve things, especially now when we're transitioning into the important released phase company, and want to make sure we continue push the game forward, because that's what it is also. Even though it's gonna be an old game after the years, we want to make sure that we keep evolving it, pushing it, so it always feels fresh and exciting, and a game to play for many years to come. Just like those old games, Ultima Line, even though they didn't really push the graphics the first 10 years or so, and it wasn't important, but you know, today in modern day, that demand goes up. All areas of demands for the players goes up, and it demands so much more from the developers in the game nowadays compared to years ago. So everything needs to obviously move forward as much as it can. But yeah, keep an eye out on our website. We are trying to expand what we are looking for in terms of developers, and we always go through our mails when it comes to applications and such, and we look into that on a weekly basis. How many people work on the game currently? 30 people, around 30 people are working on it currently. So we are a small team and doing so-called impossible projects, but somehow we managed to do it. Fix rep before launch. Yeah, like I said, we're expanding it and fixing that dice roll that wasn't intended and giving more options. That is, you know, I wouldn't call it the dice roll is a fix, but the rest is a balance and expansion on it. Did I miss the lifetime MO2 donation package? Yeah, we don't offer something like that right now. We simply don't have time to go through it. We offer that in the old game, and those moved over to Mortal 2. So those that bought those 10, 12 years ago did a good investment. It's already paid off, and now they're gonna play Mortal 2 for free forever. So it was a good deal, but who knew, right? We will see what we may offer as soon as we have some time to look on other things other than focusing on the release and maintain the release. Are there going to be any further PvE content for players to do outside of crafting, hunting, taming, and dungeons? Yeah, I mean, I would say that the majority of the content in Mortal Online and in the future is not combat. You know, we have so many professions on the way, so many different things and things you can construct, explore, and discover and do. That is, you know, part of the sandbox component of Mortal Online. We're ever expanding the PvE when it comes to more dungeons, creatures, bosses, and you know, I'm excited for Tier 3 AI. We're getting slowly but steady closer to Tier 3 AI, which is a whole new ballpark when it comes to PvE. You know, we're getting slowly closer to ships and sea creatures, underwater content. I mean, there's so much when it comes to pure sandbox features, from magic schools, alchemy, jewelry making, enchantment, treasure hunting, ship making, exploring the seas, titans hunting, trying to unlock the Jedi Force sensitive slot, which is not a Jedi obviously, but there's a lot going on for the future that touches so many different areas. Or well, does the game take advantage of multi-cores, or does the game favor speed? You know, in general, games are still favoring high clock frequencies, but are utilizing some cores more efficiently now than some years ago. But there's still like I guess a sweet spot, and this is also what Intel have been focusing on to get back into the game when it comes to gaming CPUs, right? I'm sure you have seen the battle between AMD and Intel. Intel were dropping the ball quite a bit, and then now they're back with their 1100 series, which is actually going down in amount of cores, but cranking up the speed and also utilizing some cores being faster than some of the other multi-cores. So it's a clever way of, you know, squeezing that additional speed out of the CPUs that a game very much utilize to get those additional FPS and allow your graphic card to get fed by data and can do its job. So currently the most optimal gaming CPU is the Intel 1100 series. And yeah, as I said, they went down in cores in terms of which one is effective and which one is just helping in doing multitasking efficiency. I don't know exactly where the sweet spot is in amount of cores that can be utilized and used effectively in Unreal Engine. I'm sure some of my coders can elaborate more detailedly on that specific question. But in short, the 1100 series is the best CPU when it comes to getting most out of it currently. When releasing new content, will you have a beta environment that players can test new features out of, or is everything done in-house? Yes, we will expand that testing process to make sure that it gets enough tested before we push that live. That is much more sensitive when we're live, obviously, compared to when we're now in beta. We are pushing a lot of big systems that we know there are most likely some bugs here and there, but we can't find them, so therefore we won't spend additional weeks in trying to find them when we know that you will find them quickly when there's thousands of you playing around with it. And it's been very efficient so far during the beta. Obviously we can't and won't do that when we're live. That would be bad. You're not beta testing when we're live, right? On the live server. But yes, we are looking to maybe offer anyone to switch over to the testing server to help with that, if that's what we need. Will there be collectibles like decoration and stuff like that? Yes, a ton of it. Just like in UO, I was a collector, in the end game, because it, rares having big values. I could even trade a snowflake for a house at one point of time. And I loved it. It was cool. There was a market around it. And you can decorate your house with those rares and trade them and such. And yes, there will be a lot of that in Mortal 9 as well, for sure. Should I wait until launch to get this game? Don't want my progress to wipe. Samram 360. So there's a few things that you could consider. If this is a game that you know what's it about, you have read about it or seen streamers or whatever, you know that this is something that you want to play on release, then there's something you can consider. And that is, if you get the game now, you actually get, obviously, access to the closed beta, which means you can try out builds and figure out things with your character to see what you like or what you want to go for. Because you can build a character, it's 100 times faster to build your character because we sped up thing during the beta. So it's actually something that a lot of players have taken good advantage of. They've tried like hundreds of character builds, go through them like butter, and find what kind of setup they want to go for. Because when we're live, we're going to pull that speed down to a normal rate, which means the investment's going to take a lot longer time. And if you're not happy with those skill setup or that clade, then it's going to take longer to rearrange those skills or even change race. So that is one thing that I hear the whole community are speaking out loud about, that it's actually a good opportunity to try the beta with that speed multiplier. So if you're gonna play this game, that is something to consider. But yeah, sure. I would say the absolute majority don't play now because of those reasons. They don't want to invest a lot of time because they feel that they may not have the time, and they know that it's all gonna wipe. And some of them say, I don't want to play because I love the exploration and first-hand experience, and I want to get that experience when everything is there that is planned for release, and I don't want it spoiled. And when I do manage to get something cool, I want to be able to keep that without a wipe. So those are the questions and discussion we hear in the community that determines if someone is jumping into the beta already now or waiting on release. But absolute majority, including huge guilds, are waiting on release. But most of them have already tried it, so they know what they're going for. They have figured out their builds. They have played it before a little bit. Now they're just waiting on release before they're gonna play. Monsters are being dismounted will still knock down players, or are you planning on a different system? So we have a dismount system in right now, which is dependent on the same as in the first game. High blunt damage can let you fall off the mount. What we're missing is the actual falling down animation, and you have to stand up again, which obviously will cost you more. Now you just pop, jumps down, right? And then you can mount again. So the penalty is not as severe. That part we're missing, that you actually can fall down on your butt and have to stand up again, which gives the enemy a important timing moment to actually attack you or gain advantages. So that part is coming after release, when we can do the falling down animation, make sure the state is secured and safe. There's been a few critical bugs around when it got stuck on horse states regarding that. And we fixed that and want to make sure that we don't add a system that could cause something similar again, especially when we're going into release. That could be bad. So we remain on stability, everything under control. And then yes, we will continue on some of those missing components that adds additional steps to some of these areas. Do the female pet in a stable? It kind of holds on where it was, if I'm not mistaken. But we do want it to change to that. It makes sense if the stable keeper, you pay them the small fee, that they also keep it fed. So when you pull it out, or if it's been there a while and you pull it out, it should have been fed. So you don't have to pull it out and it could be like one step from going wild because it was starving. It makes sense to give that convenience function to the stables. But if I'm not mistaken right now, it just pulses it. So as you left it, you're getting it. But yeah, we plan to add that little bonus. Will space bar ever make the horse kick up or neigh or something? We plan to add jumping. We're missing jumping. So you can actually jump over things if you time it correctly. And the neigh thing will happen when the horse gets heavily damaged or something like that. Specific circumstances when that can happen. We have the neigh. You have seen it when you tame it, right? And we want to integrate that in where it makes sense as well, balance-wise. Kick, I'm not sure though. I mean, it makes sense that your horse can kick straight back, right? And it can kind of do some kind of fight back. But we're not sure exactly how, so we're waiting on it. Some graveyard will won't support a launch and it plans to make them larger. I mean, the graveyard had become like a basic thing to visit. I mean, it's a good way, it's a basic way to get going, train your weapon skills, train your parrying, and get some steady gold. But that's just 1 out of 10 basic things to get you going. So that was the plan. So we didn't really intend to make sure that the whole world have big graveyards so everyone can always be there. It's just one component out of, I mean, hundreds over time. Like, you know, if you want to make money, graveyard is 1 out of 100. You can pick things, collect things, you can fish, you can craft, you can mine, you can lumberjack, you can visit dungeon or other things and butcher, all kind of things. So that is kind of the idea behind graveyards. Is one safe way that you learned through the havens, and you can find one graveyard outside of any city pretty much, and you know about that. But yeah, if it's crowded, you can decide to fight for them, you know, try to get the workers faster than others, or you can start pick one of those other areas that can give you money or fighting things. So we don't plan to specifically add, like I said, graveyards everywhere, but you will see more humanoids, bandits, dungeons, creatures as additional options to explore and fight and such. Will there be fishing achievements? Yes, there will. Horshel P2, indeed, they did in the first game, and it would be cool to have that old little animation back. What made you decide to make a Worm Online clone? I haven't actually, Worm Online is not the inspiration or anything that I've actually looked at when it comes to designing and creating Mortal Online. The big game and inspiration was Ultima Online, the first client-based MMORPG back in '96. That's where it all got born for me personally. Heavy inspiration for Mortal Online, and you can recognize a lot of the core rules from that game in Mortal Online, just more modernized and more next-gen, hopefully. Star Wars Galaxies I was also quite inspired by, a cool game when it released. And then, yeah, I crunched through a lot of MMOs, but not many attracted me to stay in commits. I was kind of spoiled by the true sandbox games back in the days, Ultima Online. And that's what I'm trying to do with Mortal Online 2, a true successor in a modern way that can attract millions of players over the years. Some guy can only have 4 or 5 people, and there's not many start players for clades. Yeah, like I said, we are looking over the spawn rates and how many, and like I said, there are coming additional things to hunt and fight and explore if you think that one of those graveyards is simply not efficient or good enough for you, or crowded, or whatever it may be. Will there be guards at graveyards? No. We don't plan to have guards at the graveyards. Will you implement pet transportation option with wagons? I mean, when we have wagons, it all depends on the size and what you can fit in them. And if it means that you may be able to fit some type of animals in there, then maybe yes. Again, it depends on what animals and what type of wagons that we produce. We're trying to follow logic, so it won't be the magical thing that you pop in an elephant in your pocket or a small barrel. If it looks like it could fit, like if you can put an elephant on your ship, then sure, why not? And kind of same logic should apply on a wagon. So generally, a wagon is not meant to transport your pets. It's meant to transport heavy goods and players to multiple players. And maybe in some cases, yes, animals that can fit there. Yes, you will always be able to gain reputation by doing tasks for different NPCs out in the world. And there will also be some additional options on bribery and such. We're starting with a solid base of task managers spread out in the world, inside cities and outside of cities. That always allows you to work in your standings towards any of the different nations. But yeah, like we say many times, murder and kill with consequences. That is, we say that so many times and we mean something by that. And that is, we urge every player, especially new ones, to think twice before you jump someone or kill someone, because you could be closing doors. There's a high success rate that goes up by 90% if you're nice towards other players rather than being rude or hitting people. It's a very direct connection to your success rate in the world. And a game like this, where things matters, is one world, your name, your reputation, you can really shut your off from the world if you're acting bad. And like I said, if you're getting banned from a nation because you're losing standings there, you're not being able to enter without guards whacking you. And if you're getting murder counts, you will have bounties on your head, so people can hunt you no matter where you go eventually. So it's something to consider. And it's also, like we said so many times, that is some of the consequences to becoming a criminal. And then, if you're planning to become a murderer and a criminal and think that is the style for you, then fine, go for it. But you have to take the consequences. You have to plan that you may be banned from these cities. You may have to build your own house and cities and live there and supply yourself by doing that. And, you know, that is part of the whole consequences and the living world. It's fine to be a murderer and raider, but you have to take the consequences as well, right? But there are options for all of it, and you can always work your way back if you think, okay, I messed up. I don't like to be outcast. Everyone hates me. Everyone hunts me. I want forgiveness. I want to bribe my way back, and I want to work my way back. Then you can do so. We're going to partner up with any services such as Exit Lag and offer these services to players who don't have great ping. We have had a few players that have tried Exit Lag and given us some feedback, and it worked quite well for some and haven't made a difference for some. And I was looking to see if we want to reach out to them to see if they can offer something interesting for our player base coming from Out Online. And if you can test it and you actually benefit from it and think it makes a difference for you, then yeah, maybe that could be something. But right now, I simply haven't had the time to follow up on that step. But it's something that we were considering, that maybe that is doable. Maybe that can help some players. So we simply have to see. As you can see, we are changing from, you know, being the small development team to soon becoming a released game. That means we need to expand several areas, and you know, I can't be sitting on 8 different positions. The same goes for the different developers. So hopefully these areas will also get more room from people in the team that can help, because that's what we want to do, right? We want to expand, evolve, becoming better, and it entails a lot of these different things. Obviously I can't be doing everything, or coders can't be coding everything either, so it's the same thing. We need to evolve and expand. Would there be 2 slots for players on horse? We do plan to have multiple riders on some mounts and creatures down the road. We're not sure when we will be able to take that step. We talked about a little bit earlier in the stream that there's a lot of creatures that we need to make mountable and set the different rules for them. And this is along with that. You know, if we can expand, get more developers, so we can work on these lists simultaneously, you will see this happen faster and more in the upcoming patches. I was imagining a large cage wagon, for example. Yeah. I mean, if you look at in Tinram, we have wagons with cage wagons. You know, there's some players call it, there's a zoo in Tinram Arena District. It's not a zoo, it's actually a gladiator house where they train gladiators and beasts to fight in the arena. And yes, those wagons are meant to be used by players as well. So you can look there and get some indication that, yeah, some of those can actually transport players, creatures, and things, you know, where it makes sense size-wise. Is most of the stream replaceable station be in by persistent? Seems like a must have. We will have the furniture system in one of our upcoming patch before persistence, yes. And that allows you to place those workbenches and such in your houses. There'll be furniture that improves your resource regeneration in your houses. Yeah, we plan to add more bonuses to a bed, for instance. It makes sense, right? If you look out in your bedroom and you actually have a luxury bed there, that means when you log in, you're going to have a sweet little bonus. That makes sense. Things like that, you know, and, you know, we can come up with various things, and the community are super creative and may find some things that fits and make sense that we can add as well. So yeah, bets for sure is one of those that we already plan to give a little nice bonus when you use to log out. Rep system is garbage. No one likes it. T-zoning, the majority does not agree. But like I said, everyone won't ever agree. It all comes down to what type of player style and who you ask. But there's been a big change since we actually enabled the first step with the rep system. A lot of griefing and innocent crazy murdering have gone down. New players have gone from saying they crazy players just kill you in this game, don't buy it, to wow, there's an awesome community and people are actually nice, and not just killing on sight because there's a consequence to it. And just like we said many times, you're killing with consequences. Now when we're actually going in that step that we promised and that we said that will be there, that also makes the majority of players happy and can enjoy the game. We have a small group that doesn't like it because they can't continue how they done previously in the beta, like just killing without thinking, without consequences, just for the fun of it or whatever. And that's never really been the plan. We always said that there's going to be a consequence to it, there's a balance to it. You can still be a murderer, but you have to prepare for it. You have to take the consequences. And that's what the majority of feedback says, both old players and new players, and we can see the data supporting it. Like I said, everyone have their own opinion, and that's fine. But yeah, it's been an overwhelmingly positive reaction since this system got in place. Like I said, there are some flaws and issues in it which we're fixing in our upcoming patch, like the dice roll. We hate dice rolls. That's wrong. It's a bug. It's gonna go. It's gonna be a constant value that you can rely on. That's a big change and important change. And then, like I said, there will be more additional options. That is also important. It's interesting when T-Zone and people are really out of touch with what actually happens in game, it seems. But that's what I'm trying. It's ironic for the developers to look at the data that sees, what matches to reality. And then, everyone is entitled to their own opinion and say what they think. But, we follow the data and facts, and that's it, And it's very clear that there's been an important and big positive change. And that change is just exactly what we said, the whole past year, that there will be consequences to murdering innocents and doing that. We always said that having a war and fighting and murdering, that should be optional for either you do just because you want to be a murderer, and that's fine. You have to prepare to be the outcast then. Or you can apply for wars and nation conflicts if you want to have interesting fights on a non-stop going, then you have that option. So it's all optional, and you're signing up for that or preparing for those consequences. If you go negative rep, you cannot fix that group. Will this be changed? So, like I said, you will be able to change your rep even though you're negative. Like I said, you visit some of the task manager anywhere in the world and do some tasks, some work, and you will change your standings no matter what standing you do have. Horseback max weight be adjusted when wagons come. Yes. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you go negative and think that you can't change that, then yeah, that is not intended. So obviously that would change. Like I said, you will always be able to get back and work on your nations no matter what. Like I said. And yeah, just like I said, the dice roll is one of the thing that's gonna change. That's not intended and won't be like that. So yeah, those things that you think is bad and negative is already fixed. We already covered it. Like I said before, the dice rule will not be there. It will be a constant value, and it will be modified by your gift and clade. And of course, you will be able to move up even though you're on a negative. So yeah, it's already fixed. So that will make the rules for it more constant and, you know, in line where it should be. But yeah, in general, just, you know, the system, how it is, that is working very well, minus these two that I just mentioned that will be changed. And T-Zone, we also changed the murdering system. As you said, if you sneeze on a person and they die hours later, you get an MC. So that's been changed, right? So it's when you kill someone, the final strike, and those that does most damage, which means if you sneeze on him, you won't get a murder count. You need to hurt him. So that's also a big change in our last patch. So now when you're fighting a group of players and you accidentally hit someone and you don't know who it is, and you get this insane amount of report murder with 100 people, and you just click yes because you don't have the time to go through it, everyone gets tons of murder counts for just sneezing on someone, just like you said. That's gone. That's fixed. That was quite bad. So we're pretty much on the same page, I hear. And those two critical things are being changed in the upcoming patch. So it looks like we're on the same page, actually, T-Zoning. I mean, if you're bad standing with a nation and you start working for them and repaying your debt, that makes sense that they're starting to accept you again, right? And that is what you can do with the task managers. So if you're effed up and don't want to be banished anymore, you can do some work for them and you're getting back again eventually, depending on how much you need to work for. Yeah, guys, so I'm actually getting close to a 5-hour mark, and again, I didn't expect to be running it this late today. We're getting close to Christmas, guys. And yeah, so yeah, I showed the sneak peeks today. We're gonna post this stream on our YouTube section, so you can always scroll back and look through it quickly if you don't want to go through the whole 5 hours session, which I understand can be quite tricky. So yeah, guys, it's crazy. 23rd of December. So we almost Christmas, guys. It's crazy. The time just flies. I have a few things to take care of tomorrow before Christmas, so I have quite a few things to cover tomorrow, along with some work as usual. So guys, thank you so much for joining in today's stream, and I hope you enjoyed our sneak peeks. That is the upcoming content for our game. And yeah, thank you guys for participating in the initial battle as well. It was brief but interesting, and it was a good round with a lot of people showing up. Zeus, yes, I answered multiple times. If you're negative rep, you can fix it by doing task work. So yes, it is covered. Just wait for our upcoming patch. You will be able to work on it. Yes, Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you will have a fantastic Christmas, and that we will maybe have a moment over during Christmas as well to jump in the game, and always enjoy running around, paying players visits, chatting in game, doing some fishing. So yeah, thank you all for again joining in. Thank you all for the donation. Subscription is highly appreciated. Me and the team is very grateful for your support and your help by beta testing the game for all this time, getting us ready for release, and we're getting so close for release now, guys. It's getting super excited, and we have some last very important patch in the makings that you will get very soon. The furniture, node line fixes, and a lot of polish, and then you will see a lot of creatures, animals being populating the world. And then we're taking the step, guys. As long as everything is running as planned still, the final weeks, we are good to go. And very exciting times. So yeah, again, from us all to you all, very happy New Year, good Christmas, Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year if we don't catch up. I mean, we have, of course, we have one more stream before New Year's Eve, 1 week. So that's something. I'm getting tired here. I'm dropping my words, but yeah. Merry Christmas to all, guys, and I will see you on one final stream before the next year, the final stream of the year next week. And yeah, exciting times, guys. I'm gonna see if we have anyone streaming. We do. We got a few ones. Give me a name, guys, and I will pass a raid over. You can see some in-game action from someone else. Do you have anyone you wanna pick? And I'm gonna do a raid. Drop me a name. Who do you wanna see? Who can we raid? Raymond D. Let me see. Raymond D. Shall we do a raid to Raymond D? Raymond D. Alright. Let's do a Raymond D then. Yeah, it's really nice to see. There's always someone streaming. It's really cool. It's really growing and picking up, even though we're still in beta. The end time of beta, I would say. So let's see if we can do a little raid to Raymond D then. Let's see, where do we have it? There we have it. Raymond. Let's see, where do we have it? Why the hell do I hear myself? There we have it. I accidentally clicked the freaking volume thing. Okay. I accidentally clicked. I hear myself again. What the hell happens? When I click on the red button, it unmutes my stream. Why does that happen? Now? Okay, now it worked, guys. Sorry about that. I'm still a noob at streaming. Alright, guys. Again, I wish you all a Merry Christmas. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. And do we not want to do the Raymond D? Or are you saying Wizardry? Am I missing something? Raymond D or Wizardry? Raymond D or Wizardry? Who do you wanna go to before I hit it? Raymond D. Raymond D it is. Wizardry. Okay, we have a mixed. Do I have a mixed one? We have 2 on Raymond D, 2 on Wizardry. No, 1 on Wizardry, 2 on Raymond D. Okay, I see more on Raymond D. Let's do it. This time Raymond D, next time Wizardry. Okay, guys, again, have a wonderful Christmas. I hope you enjoy the Christmas days. And I will see you very soon again. Throw the dice. Yeah, Remedy this time, and I can do the dice or Wizardry next time. Try to spread them out. Alright, have a very good evening, and I will see you next week. And again, Merry Christmas all, and good night.